Chapter 1541, Mysterious Zero Wing. Chapter 1541, Mysterious Zero Wing. Uncle Yuan, what happened? Is it so urgent that there isn't any time for me to have a spar? Purple Jade asked as she looked at Yuan Tiexin curiously. They had agreed that she would have a few sparring matches with Zero Wing's experts. Yet, now after speaking a few words with Shifeng, they were already taking their leave. This situation truly confused her. She knew full well that the capture of an orc city was not under Yuan Tiexin's management. He had simply said those words to Shifeng as an excuse to leave. The guild leader has just messaged me that I need to return to handle something. As for sparring with Zero Wing's experts, you can do that inside the simulation training system. Moreover, Zero Wing has just obtained another 10 black cards. With this, Zero Wing's main members will definitely log into the training system more frequently. You can spar with them at any time. Yuan Tiexin replied, smiling. A direct order from the guild leader? What happened? Purple Jade was slightly surprised upon hearing this. The guild leader of the secret pavilion rarely ever commanded a specific person directly. Generally, he would leave the selection of personnel to the vice guild leaders to deal with. Only for extremely important matters would he personally assign someone to handle them. Our men have discovered a treasure land. This location is much more precious than a single orc city. The guild leader wants us to claim it as quickly as possible to avoid losing it to other guilds. Moreover, I'm not the only one. The guild leader has given this command. Several other elders of the guild are being mobilized as well. As a precaution, we should start making preparations early. As soon as God's domain system update completes, we'll immediately lead our forces over to that place. Yuan Tiexin said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Even the guild's elders need to go? Purple Jade was even more surprised to hear this since the secret pavilion had entered God's domain. This was the first time an operation had warranted the mobilization of multiple elders and a large portion of the upper echelon. Meanwhile, inside the lobby, when Fang Tianji saw Yuan Tiexin's group leaving, he could not help but sigh ruefully. Although the White Tiger Dojo was famous, the partners it was able to find were only first-rate guilds. Super first-rate guilds and super guilds paid no attention whatsoever to the White Tiger Dojo's request for partnership yet. Now the secret pavilion, a transcendental existence that the White Tiger Dojo currently could not even hope to have dealings with, had actually sent one of its elders to visit Zero Wing at the same time. Fang Tianji also felt that this was a good opportunity. Previously, Zero Wing was already the #1 guild of Star Moon Kingdom. Now he had even discovered that Zero Wing possessed a close relationship with a transcendental existence like the secret pavilion. If he could rope Zero Wing to their ship, he would definitely elevate his and Jiang Tianyuan's positions in the White Tiger Dojo. After all, the White Tiger Dojo was currently placing considerable importance on God's domain. So much so that it had started paying more attention to the game than to nurturing fighters for fighting competitions. Otherwise, it wouldn't have suddenly started a mass expansion towards even second and third tier cities. Mr. Fang, head instructor Shi is currently waiting in reception room 1. Please follow me, Liang Jing said in a somewhat awkward tone as she looked at Fang Tianji, who was currently pondering in silence. All right. Fang Tianji answered hurriedly as he snapped out of his daze, following which, Fang Tianji and Xiechuan followed Liang Jing to reception room 1. Inside the exquisite reception room, Shifeng currently sat on a leather sofa while sipping a cup of tea. As he sat there, he gave off an indescribably quiet and peaceful feeling, as if he was one with his surroundings. Meanwhile, when Fang Tianji entered the room, he could not help but be stunned when he noticed Shifeng's presence. Is he really a youngster in his early 20s? Such a thought suddenly popped into Fang Tianji's mind as he looked at Shifeng. The feeling he got from Shifeng was something he had only ever felt coming from Jiang Tianyuan. However, Jiang Tianyuan was an expert who had experienced countless battles. Jiang Tianyuan was also the pride and legend of the White Tiger Dojo at this point. Even Fang Tianji was far from capable of melding himself with his surrounding environment well. What are you here for this time? Shifeng said as he looked at Fang Tianji and Xiechuan. Hello, head instructor Shi. My name is Fang Tianji, an instructor at the White Tiger Dojo, Fang Tianji said, smiling as he introduced himself. As for the purpose of our visit this time, it is to discuss matters of cooperation. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation? If it's still the same as last time, I believe I've already stated my conditions to you very clearly. At this moment, Shifeng was no longer that interested in the deal. Jiang Tianyuan had offered him nurturing 500 sixth-floor experts in 1 month was a considerably difficult task. Right now he did not have that much time to spare you. Xie Qiwen's complexion darkened immediately when he heard Shifeng's words. On the other hand, Liang Jing turned pale at this sight. She felt that Shifeng was going too far with his actions. After all, the other party represented the White Tiger Dojo. Not even Chairman Xiao dared to blatantly reject a request from the White Tiger Dojo. If they provoked the White Tiger Dojo, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. However, before Xie Qiwen could get anything else out of his mouth, Fang Tianji immediately stopped him. Previously, our people failed to state things clearly to you, so the fault is on our side, Fang Tianji said, still smiling. However, this time, we have come with sincerity. As long as you can help us nurture 500 sixth-floor trial tower experts, you are free to state your price. Fang Tianji's words dumbfounded Liang Jing, and Xie Qiwen. Liang Jing had never imagined that the White Tiger Dojo, which normally did not take even the chairman of Big Dipper seriously, would actually use such a polite tone with Shifeng. Meanwhile, Xie Qiwen was feeling even greater shock than Liang Jing. Fang Tianji of the White Tiger Dojo was a true killing god. Aside from those holding the position of branch hall master and above, nobody in the White Tiger Dojo dared to go against Fang Tianji's words. You letting me set the price? Shifeng was a little surprised. He had never thought that the White Tiger Dojo would change attitudes so quickly. Of course, as long as it is a price the White Tiger Dojo can afford. Fang Tianji nodded. All right. I don't want much, just 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. Shifeng stated this. Fang Tianji found himself in an awkward position. Although he had said that Shifeng could set the price, he had never expected the latter to be so brazen as to ask for such a high price. Big bro Tianji, he is clearly toying with us. Xie Qiwen could not help but explode in anger when he heard Shifeng's words. Did Shifeng think S-rank nutrient fluid was tap water? Even a branch dojo would not receive 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids in an entire year. Only the main branch could take out so many bottles at once. However, these S-rank nutrient fluids were normally prepared for international competitions. It was simply impossible for them to spend so many just for a game. Is 100 bottles too much for you? Shifeng could not help but ask when he saw the troubled look on Fang Tianji's face. It really is beyond of our capabilities, Fang Tianji said, cold sweat dotting his furrowed brows. Although Jiang Tianyuan's position in the White Tiger Dojo was very high, the man could draw only 30 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids at a time. Even if he bankrupted himself, he wouldn't be able to gather 100 bottles. All right then. 60 bottles, and not a bottle lower, Shifeng said, sighing. Otherwise, you will have to find someone better for the job. What do you think of? Before Xie Qiwen could even finish his sentence, Fang Tianji had already placed a hand on his shoulder. His body suddenly felt heavy, and his mouth couldn't utter any more words. Head instructor, sure. It is also going to be very difficult for us to get you 60 bottles. How about this? We are willing to pay you 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids in addition to 20 million credits. This is already the limit of what we can offer. You should also know that S-rank nutrient fluids are not sold anywhere on the market, and can be obtained only through internal channels. Even the White Tiger Dojo can get only a small amount each year, Fang Tianji said seriously after taking a deep breath. Upon hearing Fang Tianji's words, Xie Qiwen felt as if the man sitting beside him right now was definitely an actor. There was simply no way the person beside him was the real Fang Tianji. Those were 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids they were talking about. 50. Shifeng fell into deep thought. After some time he said, all right, I can agree to your proposal. However, I will not accept payment in installments. Zero Wing was currently in urgent need of S-rank nutrient fluids. If he could get those 50 bottles now, they would undoubtedly help Fire Dance and the others improve much more quickly. He could also help them develop their potential early on. Fang Tianji could not help but fall speechless at Shifeng's words. At the same time, however, he also inwardly breathed out a sigh of relief, following which, Fang Tianji signed a contract with Shifeng, agreeing to deliver 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids and 20 million credits within 5 days. As for the 500 White Tiger Dojo apprentices to be nurtured by Zero Wing, he would send Shifeng a list of names after he logged back into God's domain with the negotiations completed. Feng Tianji left together with Xie Qiwen to report back to Jiang Tianyuan. As for Shifeng, after taking a look at the time, he noticed that God's domain system update was already completed. He immediately returned to his room and logged back into the game. Chapter 1542. God's Domains Changes. Chapter 1542. God's Domains Changes. What's going on? As soon as Shifeng logged back into the game, he was shocked by the scene that greeted him. He had been standing in the middle of a dense forest when he logged out of the game. Now, however, endless plains surrounded him. Moreover, large craters pitted the plains. Not only was the air filled with dust and yellow sand, but even the ambient mana had become extremely thin. He even felt his reactions becoming a little sluggish due to this low mana environment. If not for the abyssal blade gathering mana around his body, his combat power definitely would have decreased significantly. Meanwhile, the other Zero Wing members that just logged into the game were similarly stupefied by the scene before them. Look at the sky. What's that? Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, pointing up at the sky. When everyone looked up, they quickly spotted the faint silhouette of a pitch-black ship hovering in the dusky sky. Due to the dark gray clouds that served as a backdrop, if one did not look carefully, they would not notice the ship at all. A magic warship? Shifeng could not help but be shocked. That emblem belongs to the royal family. Why is something like that here? A magic warship was an actual strategic weapon, as well as one of the trump cards of Star Moon Kingdom. Normally, the kingdom would not mobilize its magic warship even during a war with other countries. A magic warship was like a war fortress, capable of casting Tier 5 spells and destroying towns in a single hit. Meanwhile, the magic warship controlled by the royal family was even more powerful, as it could use Tier 5 curses. Only during the invasion of the Abyss would the royal family utilize this weapon of mass destruction. Yet, now the magic warship operated by the royal family was currently patrolling this location. Shifeng found this simply inconceivable. Could the invasion of the Orc Empire have already gotten that grim? Shifeng could not help entertaining such a thought. Immediately, he had Aqua Rose send people to investigate this matter. Whenever a new expansion pack took effect, the system would provide information relevant to the expansion pack in the affected regions. Meanwhile, players could obtain this information by asking the NPCs in the affected towns and cities. At this moment, Star Moon Kingdom wasn't the only country in turmoil. The several kingdoms and 2 empires neighboring the Orc Empire were similarly in turmoil. These countries were all mobilizing their trump cards and organizing a frenzied assault on the orcs very quickly. Aqua Rose collected the information gathered by members of the guild and summarized it in a report. Guild leader, based on the information we've found thus far, the orcs seem to be frantically searching for something. They keep sending out invasion squads to the neighboring kingdoms and empires. Moreover, many powerful mutated orcs have appeared among these orcs, posing a huge headache for these kingdoms and empires. After suffering numerous defeats, these countries have finally mobilized their trump cards to push back the orcs. In addition, the affected kingdoms and empires have come to an agreement to remove the border teleportation fees temporarily. Teleportation between these kingdoms will be calculated similar to normal city teleportation fee rates. At the same time, the allied countries have launched a unified crusade against the Orc Empire. Now, many new items have been made available for exchange using the guild honor points and contribution points earned in the war with the Orc Empire. In the exchange system for individual players, level 40+ warrior sets have appeared. The sets are available in bronze rank to dark gold rank. However, the sets are bound upon exchange and cannot be traded. Meanwhile, in the exchange system for guilds, the guild magic car lease has appeared. As Aqua Rose summarized the information she had received, she could not help her surprise at the changes brought about by the system update this time. These changes would undoubtedly shake up the current status quo between guilds. Without the extra fees charged for teleporting between countries, players would be able to move between countries more easily. The removal of this hurdle would also increase the intensity of competition between the guilds of the various affected countries. Guild magic car lease? Shifeng's eyes glowed when he heard Aqua Rose mention this term. The guild magic car lease was a great convenience for guilds. Meanwhile, the lease dropped only in specific super large-scale team dungeons in each country. One could also say that it served as proof of a guild's strength after a guild acquired the guild magic car lease. Its members would be able to rent guild magic cars at the guild's residences. The magic car was a very useful tool for teams. Unlike advanced carriages, which could travel only on the official roads built between towns and cities, the magic car could go to any location. It also doubled as a tent and allowed players to recover their concentration and stamina inside it. Overall, the magic car was like a mobile camp and was particularly useful to teams that preferred exploring distant and high-level locations. Guild leader, is there a problem? Aqua Rose asked curiously when she saw the astonished expression on Shifeng's face. How many GHPs does that guild magic car lease require? Shifeng asked immediately if Zero Wing could obtain the guild magic car lease now. It would definitely help in traveling to the neutral map Boneless Land. Erecting advanced constructions like the advanced restaurant or the magic workshop required mana Oregon. Yet, mana ore was not easy to obtain. It was a byproduct that would appear at a very low chance when mining rare ores, although mana ore still turned up on the market quite frequently. The various large guilds and players were all trying to obtain mana, or to create the mana charm, due to the Orc Empire's appearance. As a result, the mana ore put up for sale had been wiped clean off the shelves. In fact, even the mana ore of other kingdoms and empires around God's domain had been bought out by the various large guilds. Right now, it was practically impossible to obtain mana ore in large quantities. However, Shifeng still knew of a way to obtain a large amount of mana ore through the distant neutral map Boneless Land. There were quite a few rare ore veins in the Boneless Land. In the past, the neutral map was famous as a producer of mana ore. The Boneless Land was not a place current players could travel to. Even if players went there via the safest route, they would have to traverse over a dozen high-level maps ranging between level 100 to level 130. Moreover, as the Boneless Land was a neutral map, there were no nearby towns or cities for players to recuperate in. Normally, the various large guilds would construct a town or city in a neutral map before starting their development there, which was clearly an impossible task right now. However, it was a different story if players had the guild magic car. Resting inside a magic car was equivalent to resting inside a hotel. Although a magic car had a maximum capacity of 20 players, its effects were the same as a hotel's. It could provide players with the best recovery effects for their concentration and stamina. Meanwhile, the Boneless Land itself was not particularly high-leveled. Merely a level 60 to level 80 neutral map. Using the spatial gate, he could transport a large number of players there. After including a temporary resting place like the guild magic car, it would be relatively simple for them to mine for mana Oregon. The only expenses would be the high rental fees and magic crystals to operate the magic cars. Overall, however, it would still be much cheaper and simpler than directly purchasing mana or from the market. The guild magic car lease requires 200,000 GHPs and 1 3-star achievement in exchange. Aqua Rose replied, sure enough, the system won't let players obtain it easily. Shifeng could not help but smile bitterly upon hearing the cost. Even super guilds would need a very long time to accumulate 200,000 GHPs. As for the 3-star achievement, that was even harder to obtain. A 3-star achievement was like a kingdom quest. A kingdom would only award a guild such an achievement when said guild had achieved significant victories in wars against other countries. Meanwhile, not only was this achievement a symbol of honor, but it was also proof of the influence a guild had in a kingdom. Despite a 3-star achievement being the lowest ranking achievement available, obtaining one was significantly more difficult than even an epic main storyline quest. One could say that the difficulty of obtaining a 3-star achievement was no less than that of raiding a super large-scale team dungeon. Hence, by introducing the guild magic car lease now, the system was merely allowing the various large guilds to come into contact with guild magic cars a little earlier. Whether the various large guilds were actually able to take advantage of this opportunity was not a certainty. Forget it. For now, I should find Celiora first and deal with the disintegration armor. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng had Aqua Rose make the necessary arrangements to shift the guild's development direction towards the Orc Empire. As for himself, he used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. Chapter 1543. Upgrading White River City. Chapter 1543. Upgrading White River City. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. As soon as Shifeng exited the teleportation hall, he noticed that the street outside the building teemed with merchant players originating from other kingdoms, selling and purchasing items due to the system update this time. Players from the neighboring kingdoms and empires would no longer have to transit through Star Moon City, and could teleport directly to White River City as a result. Business in White River City was flourishing like never before. Moreover, aside from merchant players, there were also plenty of foreign guilds and adventurer teams that had come to White River City. Evidently, the reduction in teleportation fees convinced the guilds and adventurer teams that were previously hesitating to visit White River City to make the trip. So this is White River City. Business here is flourishing. There are at least twice as many merchants here as there are in our northern kingdom's capital city. How are the players here so high-leveled? What? This city has already activated the flying transportation system. The various foreign large guilds and adventurer teams could not help but marvel at the prosperity of White River City previously. They had heard talk about White River City, although rumor had it that players were labeling White River City as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 NPC city. They had merely treated it as a joke before. After all, how could a non-capital city possibly compete with a capital city? If a situation like this really happened in a kingdom, then that could only mean one thing. Said kingdom was extremely weak. Moreover, the fact that Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild was actually a guild recently established in God's domain only served as further proof that Star Moon Kingdom was a weak kingdom, if not for the fact that the teleportation fees were much reduced, and the fact that White River City possessed a teleportation house that led directly to the heart of the Twin Towers Kingdom. They would not have bothered paying a visit to White River City at all. However, now that they got to see White River City in person, the city was worlds apart from what they had imagined it to be. One of the merchant players hawking their wares on the street sold exquisite items. There were even some that sold level 40 fine gold weapons and level 45 fine gold equipment. Normally, such items could only occasionally be found in the auction houses of capital cities. Yet, now, players were selling them on the street. Moreover, the temporary teams recruiting members for dungeon raids were even more amazing. There were actually players recruiting for level 40, 100-man hard mode team dungeons raids, although many players in God's domain had already reached level 40. When raiding level 40, 100-man team dungeons, level 40 was merely the baseline limit. Moreover, that was only in the case of normal mode. For hard mode, a team would require at least 10 expert players belonging to large guilds to spearhead the raid. Either that, or a well-established adventurer team. Temporary teams should already be thanking their lucky stars if they could clear the normal mode of a 100-man team dungeon. Trying to raid a 100-man hard mode team dungeon was simply a dream. However, before the foreign guild players could speak any contemptuous words about the various temporary teams, they were immediately silenced when their sights fell on the level and equipment of the recruiting teams. The members of the recruiting teams were all level 41 and above. Meanwhile, even the most inferior piece of equipment they wore was level 35 secret silver rank, while some even wore level 40 secret silver equipment. As for the players serving as the leaders of these teams, they were mostly geared in level 40 fine gold equipment and level 35 dark gold equipment. Even the elite teams of large guilds would be slightly inferior when compared to these teams. Ha ha ha. Another batch of dumbfounded newcomers has arrived. They sure have guts to think of White River City as an ordinary NPC city. If they're already reacting in such a way after just exiting the teleportation hall, once they reach the business district in the central area, their eyes will most likely fall out of their sockets. Weren't you the same as them before? That's because I knew absolutely nothing about White River City back then. Moreover, unlike them, I came here because I wanted to join Zero Wing. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's recruitment standards are a little too high. Had the standards been lowered by just a little bit, I definitely would have gotten in on my last attempt. Alright, that's enough. The meeting time the team leader mentioned has already arrived. Today, we'll definitely get through the first boss of that 100-man hell mode team dungeon. That's for sure. I heard that the team leader used the super rare materials we obtained previously to exchange for 3 advanced mana armor kits from the Candlelight trading firm. With those armor kits, we should have no problems getting through the first boss. Several players belonging to an adventurer team were currently chatting merrily, while sitting inside an open-air bar. When they saw the surprised looks on the newly arrived foreign players' faces, their hearts swelled with an indescribable sense of pride. Meanwhile, when the foreign players, both the members of large guilds and well-known adventurer teams belonging to other kingdoms, passing by heard the words of these local players, they could not help but be shocked. At this stage of the game, very few adventurer teams, aside from those at the top, were capable of raiding level 40, 100-man hell mode team dungeons. Even the first boss of such dungeons was already an insurmountable hurdle. Yet, the players sitting inside the bar spoke as if being able to raid such a boss was no big deal. This situation filled the foreign guilds and adventurer teams that had just arrived at White River City with shock and awe. Just what kind of city was White River City? At the same time, these foreign players also began sending messages to their friends, telling them about White River City. For a time, White River City's fame spread rapidly throughout the neighboring kingdoms and empires. More and more players also began considering moving their base of operations to White River City. It seems the new expansion pack I activated this time has brought quite a lot of benefits to Zero Wing's development. Shifeng could not help but smile when he overheard the conversations of players on the street. With this, even without linking a teleportation array to Zero Wing City, White River City still has a chance to become a main city in God's domain. NPC cities were not static. They could similarly be upgraded. Only many conditions needed to be met before it would happen. Chief among these conditions related to player population and trade volume. If Shifeng wished to upgrade White River City once more, he would first need to get the city's population to 10 million. Originally, this should have been a very difficult task to accomplish. Now, however, due to the lowering of the barrier known as teleportation fees, increasing the player population of White River City would no longer pose any challenge. Meanwhile, as long as White River City was upgraded again, it would activate the corresponding city functions. At that time, not only would the city undergo even greater changes, but more destinations would also be added to the flying transportation system, allowing players to travel to those distant neutral maps that did not boast any teleportation arrays. It seems there's a need to have Candlelight introduce some new products. At this time, Shifeng suddenly recalled the mana-enhancing potion recipe he obtained recently. Berserk-type potions like the mana-enhancing potion were amazingly effective in dungeon raids. It was a potion that the various adventurer teams and small guilds urgently required at the moment. If he sold this potion in White River City, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and attract even more players to the city. Following which, Shifeng contacted Melancholic Smile and had her select the advanced alchemist with the highest success rate in the Candlelight trading firm to produce the mana-enhancing potion and advanced alchemy recipe. Melancholic Smile's eyes glowed upon hearing this. I'll get it done right away. Shortly after Shifeng contacted Melancholic Smile, the advanced carriage he was riding arrived before Ciliora's smithy. Unlike other Grandmaster forgers, Ciliora had not moved to a better city. She remained inside her inconspicuous smithy, hammering away at materials in the hopes of creating a fragmented legendary item. This place has been discovered already. When Shifeng arrived before the smithy, he noticed over a dozen forging players in front of the smithy. Every one of them was currently standing before the entrance of the house silently, none of them daring to make a sound in fear of disturbing Ciliora, who was still working inside right now. Surprisingly, though, while around half of the dozen or so players lined up outside the building consisted of level 33 lifestyle players, the other half were actually expert players who were level 46 and above. Meanwhile, standing at the head of this group of experts was a man and a woman. Although both currently had their levels hidden using a black cloak, they did not bother concealing their facial appearances. Why is she here? Shifeng grew a little confused when he saw these two players. While he had no idea who the man was, the woman was someone he was considerably familiar with. After all, this woman was none other than Yulan, part of the upper echelon of the organization Underworld. From what Shifeng remembered, Yulan should have long since been assigned to continue her development in another kingdom. Yet, for some reason, she had actually appeared in Star Moon Kingdom again. Chapter 1544, First Ghost. Chapter 1544, First Ghost. Before Shifeng could snap out of his daze, he suddenly felt killing intent directed towards him. Meanwhile, this killing intent came from the level 46 plus players. At this moment, these experts were on high alert against him, and wore a look that stated they would unsheath their weapons, and were poised to attack. This situation threw Shifeng into confusion. Currently, he had both his level and appearance hidden using a black cloak, yet the other party had tensed up just at his approach. Alright, enough. He should be here to meet with Celiora, the man beside Yulan said as he made a waving motion with his hand. Only after hearing this man's words did the experts relax. Fellow friend, sorry about that. My brothers here are just a little too nervous. They have no ill intent. The young man standing in the lead apologized. It's fine. Shifeng simply gave a quiet response. In God's domain, players would normally become alert when they came across a cloaked player that hid all information about themselves. However, very few players would react as the experts in Yulan's group had while inside an NPC city. After all, there were many NPC soldiers patrolling the city streets, making an assassination very difficult unless the targeted player was caught entirely unaware. Of course, players who suffered frequent ambushes out in the fields would also form a habit of instinctively going into high alert when encountering cloaked players, following which, Shifeng stopped paying attention to Yulan's group and walked straight towards the smithy's door. Although he was curious as to why Yulan had suddenly reappeared in White River City, his priority right now was to deal with the disintegration armor. If he left the armor as it was, he would definitely have difficulty moving around. Just as Shifeng was about to knock on the door, however, a playful voice suddenly came from behind him. You guys really made me work up a sweat finding you. With things as they are right now, do you all still think you have a chance? Turning around, Shifeng suddenly noticed that a group of over 100 cloaked players had appeared behind him. Every one of these cloaked players wore a sneer on their faces. A moment later, a middle-aged man wearing pitch-black leather armor gradually emerged from the shadows of this group of cloaked players. The instant this middle-aged man appeared, a gray fog started permeating the air around him. He gave off an indescribably chilling and creepy feeling. First Ghost? They actually sent an expert like you after us as well? The youth standing beside Yulan revealed a bitter smile when he saw the middle-aged man at this moment. Aside from the youth, the several other experts standing around Yulan also wore horrified expressions when they looked at the middle-aged man before them. After all, the middle-aged man was once known as the #1 assassin of Underworld. He was so strong that even if their entire group attacked him together, they would only end up getting unilaterally slaughtered. Furthermore, escaping his grasp was impossible, as the assassin class was known to possess the highest speed among the 12 main classes. They wouldn't particularly mind if they simply lost their lives right now. However, First Ghost and his group had consumed the haunted potion. Anyone he and his allies killed would drop multiple pieces of equipment. Dark Eye, I believe that the higher-ups have already stated that either you all submit or die. Since you all refuse to submit, I have no choice but to send you on your way. First Ghost said as he unsheathed the snowy white dagger hanging from his waist. Taking into account the fact that we were colleagues in the past, I'll give you a word of advice. Delete your accounts as soon as possible. The higher-ups won't let you all keep those items. Or do you really believe you can escape our pursuit? Yulan, bring everyone and escape quickly. The few of us here will hold them back. Once you reach the main street, they won't be able to take action easily. The youth named Dark Eye said quietly to Yulan. Hearing this, Yulan gritted her teeth and nodded. Although she wished to break out of this encirclement together with Dark Eye and the others, doing so was clearly an impossible feat. Setting aside the fact that they were greatly outnumbered right now, First Ghost alone was more than capable of defeating her entire group. You guys think you can escape? As long as I am here, none of you should even think of leaving this place alive. First Ghost obviously saw through Dark Eye's plans. Sneering, he ordered, go. Leave none of them alive. Immediately, the 100+ players behind First Ghost went into action. The melee players charged forward. The healers in the rear cast shield buffs on the melee players, and the ranged players locked onto the movements of Yulan's group. There were also over a dozen stealth assassins stationed at the sidelines on the off chance that someone from Yulan's group actually managed to get through the encirclement at the same time. First Ghost took out a dark gray scroll and unfurled it. As he activated it, the surrounding space suddenly turned blurry. This scroll contained the basic magic array perception blur. It was a special scroll that could be bought only in towns and cities operated by the dark forces. So long as this scroll was activated, it would transform the surrounding space, making it difficult for NPCs within towns and cities to perceive the movements inside the affected area. Unless the affected area lay in an NPC soldier's direct line of sight, it would be some time before the NPC soldiers would realize that a fight was going on inside the city. Damn it. They came prepared. Dark Eye immediately fell into despair when he saw the dark gray magic array rising into the air. Although the magic array First Ghost used was only a basic one, players would still need to spend some time breaking through it. During this period, First Ghost's group was more than capable of killing them several times over. Ivy already said that none of you should think of leaving this place alive, First Ghost said as he strolled up to Dark Eye and Yulan. He showed nary a hint of nervousness even though he was assaulting another player inside an NPC city. In fact, he did not even bother using the assassin class's stealth skill, and was boldly waltzing towards his opponents. This approach was one of the reasons why the members of Underworld deeply feared the man known as First Ghost. He could not only overwhelm his opponents through martial might, but also constant grind away at his opponent's mental state. Unable to cope with the mental pressure, a level 46 berserker abruptly used charge at the confident assassin. Upon arriving before First Ghost, he immediately brandished his greatsword with all his might. Cross slash. The berserker smoothly entered the stance to execute cross slash, and swung his greatsword down on First Ghost. Dang. Following which, the clash of metal rang out surprisingly. First Ghost's flimsy dagger actually stopped the berserker's greatsword. Immediately after, the dagger had even proceeded to push aside the great sword. First Ghost had repelled the attack so easily that he looked as if he was just swatting away a small pebble. How is this possible? The berserker's face was filled with astonishment when he saw his greatsword getting shoved aside so readily. He simply could not understand how an assassin could possess such immense strength. Meanwhile, by the time the berserker snapped out of his daze, First Ghost's other dagger had already appeared before his eyes. In the end, the berserker could only watch helplessly as the dagger slashed across his throat. Immediately after slashing the berserker's throat, First Ghost suddenly transformed into a streak of shadow and pierced through the berserker's body. Tier 1 skill, Absolute Strike. When First Ghost's body reformed, the berserker's HP began decreasing rapidly. A second later, the berserker collapsed to the ground in such a way. A level 46 berserker on Yolan's side died as soon as the battle began. Next up will be you, First Ghost said as he sent a glance at Dark Eye. He then started pacing casually towards the youth. After seeing the brief battle, Dark Eye and the several experts around him could not help but shudder, as if they were looking at a literal ghost right now. Come. I want to see just what Underworld's #1 assassin is capable of. Dark Eye knew that there was no way he was leaving this place alive. The only thing he could do now was fight to the death. He dashed at First Ghost, then activated the Berserker class's Tier 1 taboo skill. Countless wind blades flew towards First Ghost simultaneously. Meanwhile, Dark Eye was in control of the movements of every one of these wind blades, which completely sealed First Ghost's movements. As for Dark Eye himself, after activating Wind Slash, he promptly sent a downward slash at First Ghost's defensive blind spot. In the next moment, Dark Eye's greatsword could be seen passing through First Ghost's body. However, just as Dark Eye's companions were about to cheer in joy, Dark Eye's expression turned inexplicably grim, because his attack had not struck First Ghost at all. All he had done was slash at the assassin's afterimage. Instinctively, he swung his sword horizontally. Whirlwind slash. Dang! Sparks flew and scattered into the surroundings. In the next moment, Dark Eye's silvery gray greatsword could be seen stopped roughly 4 inches away from First Ghost's body. Despite Dark Eye putting all his strength into his arms, the pitch-black dagger blocking his greatsword refused to budge by even a centimeter farther. Meanwhile, the silver dagger in First Ghost's other hand smoothly stabbed towards Dark Eye's side abdomen. Is it over? Dark Eye could not help but shut his eyes at this scene. The difference in strength between him and First Ghost was simply too massive. Not only was he inferior to the assassin in terms of technical standards, but even his basic attributes were greatly inferior to the assassin's eye. First Ghost promptly added even more power to his attack just as the silver dagger was about to stab into Dark Eye's abdomen. However, a red flash suddenly entered First Ghost's sight shot. First Ghost hurriedly activated wind steps to block the attack. He then beat an abrupt retreat and turned to look towards the source of the red flash who interrupted me. I did. At this time, Shifeng stepped out of the group of players standing before Celiura's smithy. Chapter 1545. Unbearable Wrath? As Shifeng emerged from the crowd, the present players' gazes shifted towards him. Although Shifeng had concealed his appearance, he was obviously a swordsman based on the two long swords hanging at his waist. This brat must be tired of living. He actually dares to ruin the boss's fun. He must be suicidal. He should realize that he can't survive this. Is he that eager to die? The boss must be furious. That kid is definitely going to suffer for this. Although First Ghost's team members were surprised to see Shifeng save Dark Eye, their expressions quickly turned to that of pity and admiration. As a bystander, Shifeng could have remained silent, and First Ghost would have given him a quick death, but now that he had spoiled the man's fun, his death would be slow and painful. After all, First Ghost was famous for his brutality in Underworld. Other players had interrupted First Ghost in the past, and he had slowly shaved off these players' HP with one hit after another. Sometimes he even had his team's healers recover his target's HP. Experts generally set their pain sensitivity in-game to a certain percentage, and it couldn't be altered while in battle. First Ghost's team members could already imagine the fate that would befall this swordsman. Stranger, is he the one that saved me? Dark Eye turned to Shifeng with a confused expression. He had never thought that a passerby like Shifeng would actually save him. In his opinion, passers-by usually tried to avoid getting involved with others' disputes. Unfortunately, even if Shifeng had saved him once, it wouldn't change the outcome. First Ghost's team members had already surrounded their team, and the perception blur magic array prevented NPC soldiers from detecting their fight. This person is Yulan, who stood in the back, could not help but feel a sense of familiarity as she stared at Shifeng's back. She seemed to have heard his voice somewhere before as well. Kid, you did that just now? First Ghost didn't hurry to attack Shifeng. Instead, he evaluated this swordsman carefully. A moment later, he sneered and said, "You have guts. I'll give you that. I had intended to let a bystander like you live, but I've changed my mind." "Let me live." Shifeng laughed. "Keep that devil's compassion to yourself." "You saw through that, huh?" Since Shifeng hadn't bought the lie, First Ghost admitted to it. He chuckled before replying, "Indeed. I never had any intention of letting you get away, but your actions have only earned you a more painful death. Kid, you're going to regret stepping in. Restless, make sure to heal this kid and keep him alive for me. Everyone else, keep an eye on Dark Eye and Yulan. Rest assured, boss. Until you say stop, I'll make sure he doesn't die." With First Ghost's command, his teammates turned their focus to Yulan's team. If any of those players moved strangely, they'd bombard them with attacks. At the same time, a level 47 cleric in blue robes kept a close eye on Shifeng's HP, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes as he prepared to cast a healing spell. As soon as First Ghost finished speaking, he appeared behind Shifeng's shadow steps. Like a venomous snake, the pitch-black dagger in First Ghost's hand formed an arc as it curved towards Shifeng's flank. Kidney strike. As the dagger aimed for Shifeng's blind spot, First Ghost curved his other dagger towards the swordsman's head, ensuring that the silver dagger was barely visible in the corner of his target's eye. Crap. That's First Ghost's double snake bite. Dark Eye's expression darkened as he watched the two daggers flash towards Shifeng from different angles. When a player noticed an incoming attack, they instinctively tried to block the attack while ignoring those they couldn't see. First Ghost's technique took advantage of this reaction to break past his opponent's defense. Although this technique looks simple, finding an opponent's blind spots in an instant and launching an attack without unnecessary movement was extremely difficult. A player would also have to execute a second attack simultaneously from an entirely different angle. Moreover, due to the attack's lightning speed and precise timing, the technique was nearly impossible for an ordinary expert to counter. First Ghost had killed many powerful experts with this technique just before the two daggers bit into Shifeng. everyone saw a blue flashbang. Following which, the sound of metal on metal echoed throughout the street. Suddenly, First Ghost stumbled back 2 steps, his HP falling by over 200. On the other hand, Shifeng remained steadily in his original position. His HP was also intact. How is this possible? First Ghost's companions were dumbfounded after watching Shifeng repel the double snake bite. Impossible. Even Dark Eye stared at Shifeng in disbelief. Shifeng had actually repulsed Underworld's #1 assassin with 1 hit. Moreover, judging by Shifeng's expression, it was clear that the swordsman wasn't satisfied with his counterattack. What Dark Eye did not know was that Shifeng currently suffered a 50% basic attribute reduction, thanks to the disintegration armor in his bag. Had Shifeng been at his peak, his counterattack would have killed First Ghost or left the assassin near death's door. The outcome wouldn't have been a mere 200 HP loss. When First Ghost noticed that his hands trembled after receiving Shifeng's counterattack, his expression hardened as he glared at Shifeng and asked, "Who are you?" Even if First Ghost were stupid, he'd realize that Shifeng was no ordinary expert. The counterattack Shifeng had used to negate his double snake bite had been so fast that his senses had barely kept up with the strike. No ordinary expert could achieve such a feat. Who am I? I'm just an ordinary bystander that you want to kill, Shifeng said, chuckling. An ordinary bystander? My double snake bite can instant kill refinement realm experts if I catch them off guard. First Ghost snapped, annoyed as he glared at Shifeng. He had not expected to come across a difficult opponent like Shifeng during his assassination of Yolan's team. So, that's double snake bite? I don't see anything special about it. Shifting through his memories, Shifeng realized that First Ghost had indeed launched his attacks simultaneously. However, he did not pay any special attention to this after reaching the Void Realm. He had a clear grasp of any movement in his surroundings. He lacked the visual blind spots ordinary players suffered. Hence to him, it merely looked as if First Ghost had simply thrust both of his daggers at once and nothing more. What bold words. Boss, let us take him on. I want to see just what kind of ability this kid has. Shifeng's statement enraged the assassin's team members. As long as First Ghost gave the command, they'd send Shifeng to meet his maker. However, rather than reacting rashly, First Ghost calmly and coldly declared, "Although I don't know who you are, Underworld wants the people behind you dead. Underworld's wrath isn't something you can endure. Boss, why bother wasting words on him? Let's just get rid of this brat. We'll teach him the consequences of his arrogance." All of First Ghost's team members stared at Shifeng as if he were already a dead man walking. Can't endure Underworld's wrath? Shifeng chuckled. He then removed his black cloak and exposed his adjusted appearance. I'm very curious to learn what Underworld can do to me. Chapter 1546, Sword King. Chapter 1546, Sword King. Black Flame. The battlefield fell deathly silent when Shifeng removed his black cloak. Everyone here was familiar with Black Flame. Even players from outside of Starmoon Kingdom would know of him if they examined the God's Domain ranking list recently. Black Flame's ranking had risen. He now ranked 31st on God's Domain ranking list. There was also plenty of information regarding the man's battle records. Not only could Black Flame wander through an army of thousands of enemy players as if he were strolling through his own backyard, but he was also undefeated. Even super guilds had to take this expert seriously. Moreover, Black Flame was the guild leader of Zero Wing, the current #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. Sword King Black Flame? Dark Eye felt as if he were dreaming as he gazed at Shifeng. He was also relieved that he had stopped his teammates from attacking Shifeng. Otherwise, this swordsman would have killed his companions before First Ghost's team had even arrived. Although Dark Eye had never personally witnessed Shifeng in battle, he knew that this man's guild had caused Underworld a lot of suffering. The organization had even been forced to abandon its development in Starmoon Kingdom. Why is he here? Yolan's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Shifeng. Meanwhile, when First Ghost found out about his opponent's identity, his complexion turned indescribably grim. If his opponent had merely been a top-tier expert from a first-rate guild, he would not have considered this swordsman important, but that wasn't the case for the player before him. Every player ranked among the top 100 on the God's Domain ranking list could strike fear in the various large guilds, not to mention the 31st ranking expert. Even a superpower would have to dispatch numerous peak experts to deal with an expert of Shifeng's caliber. It would also need the terrain advantage. Otherwise, it would have no hope of defeating Shifeng. Although First Ghost acknowledged his team's strength, he didn't believe that they were capable of defeating Shifeng in a head-on confrontation. On top of that, they were still in White River City. If the fight drug on, the NPC patrols would discover them. None of them would leave this place alive. He had merely come to assassinate Yulan and her team. He had never expected to encounter the most troublesome player in Star Moon Kingdom. Black Flame. I admit that you are powerful. In the past, Underworld couldn't even touch you. But do you really think that the organization hasn't changed in all this time? First Ghost no longer showed any intention of attacking. Instead, he sneered and said, "The Blackwater Corporation has already annexed Underworld. Not even God's domain's various superpowers would dare to provoke Underworld now. The higher-ups have declared that Yolan's team must be killed to level 0. If you shelter them, you will endanger the guild you've gone to great lengths to develop. As long as you keep your nose out of this, you will continue to reign as Star Moon Kingdom's overlord. However, if you anger the people in charge, Zero Wing won't get away unscathed. Is it worth getting in the middle of this?" When they heard First Ghost's warning, Dark Eye, Yulan, and their companions paled. As First Ghost had said, the Blackwater Corporation had taken control of Underworld. Even super guilds avoided confrontations with the corporation if they could. It simply wasn't in existence. Zero Wing could contend with. There was no reason for Shifeng to start a war with the Blackwater Corporation over their fate. Meanwhile, when First Ghost's team members heard their leader's words, they regained their confidence and sneered at Shifeng. When First Ghost finished speaking, Shifeng glanced at the assassin and asked, "Are you done?" First Ghost was stunned. "Do you even understand what I'm saying? If you involve yourself, you will declare war on the Blackwater Corporation." First Ghost reiterated. However, by the time First Ghost shut his mouth, Shifeng had appeared before him, his sacred sword radiating a blue glow as it descended on the assassin. Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike. Before First Ghost could use his Vanish skill, his HP had begun to deplete rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his HP fell to 0, and his vision darkened. His body then collapsed, a piece of equipment dropping beside his corpse. "Boss. The boss is dead. This person is insane. Didn't he understand the boss's warning?" First Ghost's team members gaped, horror filling their eyes as they stared at Shifeng, who wore a casual expression. "When you return, tell your higher-ups that we will not allow other powers to cause trouble in White River City as they like," Shifeng coldly declared as he glanced at the players around him. "If they dare, this will be their outcome." White River City was Zero Wing's main headquarters. If Zero Wing could not maintain the city's safety, allowing other players to waltz in and kill whom they liked, who would possibly develop in White River City? Furthermore, First Ghost had tried to kill other players right before his very eyes. So strong. He's even stronger than the rumors say. Dark Eye was indescribably shocked as he looked at First Ghost's corpse. Underworld's top assassin had died without the chance to fight back. The entire process had happened so fast that he wasn't even sure about what had happened. He had only seen Shifeng appear before First Ghost suddenly before a blue flash had struck the assassin. In the next moment, First Ghost's HP had fallen to 0, and he died. Although Dark Eye had heard about Shifeng's strength while he had still been a member of Underworld, he had never realized that the man was this strong. The difference between his power and Shifeng's was overwhelming. Insane. When First Ghost's team members heard Shifeng's declaration, they felt the air around them grow heavy. They also felt a chill assault their minds. They could clearly sense the killing intent and determination Shifeng radiated. Shifeng was too scary. They were all very familiar with First Ghost's power. Even if all 100+ team members rushed at him as one, they would not kill the assassin. First Ghost would whittle them down and annihilate them eventually. Yet such a powerful assassin hadn't even lasted one move against this swordsman. Moreover, they realized that should they make any sudden movements, they'd share their leader's fate. Team leader Restless, what do we do now? Several team members asked as they turned towards the cleric named Restless Death. Among these, Restless Death was only second to First Ghost in terms of strength. Normally, the cleric took command of the team when First Ghost was absent. "We retreat," Restless Death said, clenching his jaw as he glared at Shifeng. With Shifeng here, he was not confident that they could kill Yulan and her teammates. First Ghost's death was the proof of this, hearing Restless Death's decision. Underworld's members breathed a sigh of relief. If they continued this fight, not only would this swordsman before them annihilate every team member, but White River City's NPCs would also capture and jail them all, following which, Restless Death and his teammates used return scrolls and departed from White River City. Chapter 1547. Shifeng's Invitation. Chapter 1547. Shifeng's Invitation. They're leaving. Dark Eye was dazed as he watched Underworld's members flee from the battlefield with just a few words. Shifeng had sent over 100 of Underworld's experts packing with their tails between their legs. They hadn't even bothered to retrieve the equipment First Ghost had dropped. Dark Eye felt as if he were dreaming. Thank you, Yulan said as she walked up to Shifeng. Unlike Dark Eye, her enemy's response hadn't particularly surprised her. This is White River City. Naturally, I had to put a stop to this incident since I discovered it. Otherwise, no player would be willing to visit the city, Shifeng said. Surprised by Yulan's gratitude, although they had only met each other a few times, he could tell that Yulan was a relatively strong-willed woman. Despite the fact that Underworld hunted her, she refused to submit and delete her account. Guild leader Black Flame must be joking. Not every guild in God's domain has the courage to stand against Underworld and the Blackwater Corporation, Yulan said, shaking her head. She was honestly very thankful for Shifeng's intervention. Had Shifeng ignored the situation, she and her team would have been dead by now. They would have also lost a significant portion of their equipment. They would have had an even more difficult time dealing with Underworld's pursuit. May I know what you and your group intends to do now, Miss Yulan? Shifeng asked. He had witnessed Yulan's abilities personally in the past. Not only did she wield great combat power, but her management capabilities were also top-notch. That had been obvious when she had managed Overwhelming Smiles trading firm. Overwhelming Trading Firm, growing it until the firm nearly rivaled the Candlelight Trading Firm. By the time he had rejoined God's domain, he had accumulated 10 years of experience in the game. If not for his Candlelight Trading Firm, Yulan's firm might have dominated Starmoon Kingdom. If he could convince Yulan to join the Candlelight Trading Firm, it would undoubtedly strengthen the trading firm. After all, Melancholic Smile was more suited to forging and not a particularly skilled manager. Moreover, to manage the Candlelight Trading Firm, Melancholic Smile had been forced to sacrifice her precious practice time. Hearing Shifeng's words, Yulan could not help but turn to glance at Dark Eye and the others. I had planned to complete a hidden quest I received and develop in a kingdom that lacks Underworld's influence, but I didn't expect the organization to discover us so quickly. They've even sent First Ghost after us. Since they clearly know where we are, we can't stay in White River City. How about joining Zero Wing? Shifeng asked, considering this an excellent opportunity. No matter how far you run, with Underworld and Blackwater's information network, they'll have no trouble tracking you down. It is impossible to hide forever under black cloaks. God's domain has too many high-rank identification skills that can see through the black cloak's concealment effects. Join Zero Wing. Yulan was stunned. She could not help but stare at Shifeng, confused about the man's intentions. The Blackwater Corporation had already labeled her and her team as threats that needed to be removed. Any guild that discovered this would do its best to distance itself from them. Accepting them into its ranks would be the equivalent of declaring war on the Blackwater Corporation. First Ghost's death at Shifeng's hands could be understood as his way of protecting his guild's reputation. Blackwater might let the matter slide, but it would be a different story entirely if Shifeng offered them shelter. However, it would be an entirely different story if Shifeng were to shelter them. This would be no different than slapping the Blackwater Corporation in the face. The corporation would undoubtedly mobilize its forces against Zero Wing at this point. The Blackwater Corporation was much stronger than when Abandoned Wave had annexed Ouroboros. Not only had its experts caught up with mainstream players' levels, but the corporation had also secretly purchased several guilds and workshops. It had even partnered with a few superpowers. Now, even super guilds avoided any confrontation with the Blackwater Corporation. Shifeng's proposal both surprised and excited Dark Eye and Yulan's other team members. To them, joining Zero Wing would be the best way to escape pursuit. Moreover, Zero Wing was famous for its collection of experts. The guild also had astounding growth potential. Zero Wing might even become a super first-rate guild in the future, that's right. If you join Zero Wing, I can at least guarantee your safety. Your previous efforts won't have to go to waste, Shifeng said, nodding earnestly. You know the consequences for sheltering us, right? Yulan had to ask. We're talking about Blackwater's vengeance. This is also a crucial time for Zero Wing. If things go awry, Zero Wing might lose its chance of becoming a super first-rate guild. Relax. There are plenty of superpowers that want to destroy Zero Wing, but isn't the guild still alive and kicking? Shifeng said, chuckling. Moreover, if you join Zero Wing, the guild will develop far more quickly. Currently, Zero Wing developed on 3 fronts: Star Moon Kingdom, the Black Dragon Empire, and Apocalypse Empire. Hence, it was in urgent need of manpower. Now that it had Zero Wing City to deal with, Shifeng couldn't manage everything on his own. Hence, Yulan's addition to Zero Wing would undoubtedly help both the guild and the trading firm's management. As for Dark Eye, Yulan's ally, the youth had great potential. Based on his fight with First Ghost, Shifeng knew that the Berserker was considerably talented. He only lacked combat experience. If trained properly, he could become one of Zero Wing's core combatants. I understand, Yulan said, smiling bitterly when she noticed her team members' anticipatory looks. In that case, we'll have to trouble you from now on, Guild Leader Black Flame. She had never thought that she would, one day, join Zero Wing, the guild which had been her enemy. However, she had to admit that she was relieved to join the guild. She only prayed that the Blackwater Corporation's fear of Zero Wing's potential would prevent it from declaring an all-out war on Zero Wing over her nonsense. Since you have now joined Zero Wing, the guild wouldn't let others bully you. Shifeng chuckled at Yulan's formality. Wait for me here for a moment. Once I've finished with my matters here, I'll bring you back to Zero Wing's residence to register. Of course, if you still have any matters to deal with, you can take care of them first. Once you're done, you can meet me at Zero Wing's residence. We don't have anything in particular to deal with right now. We're just waiting to turn in our quest. Unfortunately, Lady Celiora is still busy, so we have to wait until she finishes her task before we can hand it in, Yulan said, sighing helplessly as she turned to the smithy behind her. She was utterly helpless against Celiora. A Grandmaster Forger would be highly respected no matter where they went. Even Star Moon Kingdom's king had to treat the woman respectfully. Meanwhile, players could not afford to endure Celiora's wrath, so she had no choice but to wait until the woman stopped working before she could meet with the Grandmaster Forger. So, you're here to turn in a quest? Realization dawned on Shifeng. It was no wonder why Yulan and the others had been standing outside Celiora's house like a bunch of idiots. He then said, "Follow me then." Saying so, Shifeng approached the smithy, which emitted constant hammering sounds. Yulan and her companions didn't understand what Shifeng intended to do. When Shifeng knocked on the wooden door, they paled. They all knew about Celiora's temper. When they had interrupted the NPC earlier, she had used magic to reduce their attributes drastically for an entire day. Moreover, the debuff's duration only decreased if they were logged in. Under Shifeng's incessant knocking, the hammering sounds eventually stopped. Shortly after, Celiora slammed open the door, an enraged expression on her tanned face. "We doomed." Yulan's team began to regret their alliance with Shifeng just as Yulan thought that Celiora would dole out their punishment. Something unbelievable occurred, however. The moment Celiora's gaze found Shifeng, her wrathful expression softened. A joyful grin took its place. "Why are you here?" Chapter 1548, Forging Secret Journal. Chapter 1584, Forging Secret Journal. When Yulan and the others saw Celiora's friendly expression, they turned to Shifeng in shock. Even Star Moon Kingdom's king had to treat Grandmaster Forgers respectfully. Trying to raise one's favorability with an NPC Grandmaster Forger was exceedingly difficult. Yet Celiora's reaction to seeing Shifeng wasn't unlike seeing an old friend who hadn't visited for many years. "I found a treasure. I'm here to see if you can help me recast it," Shifeng replied. "A treasure?" Celiora's eyes sparkled. "Come in then." "Right, these are my friends. They've completed a quest you've handed them, so they're here to hand it in," Shifeng said as he gestured. Yulan and the other Celiora glanced at the players behind Shifeng, and Yulan's group tensed. "So, it's you guys. Come in as well then. I just so happen to need those materials, Siliora said, nodding before leading everyone inside as Shifeng stepped into the smithy. He was shocked by the sight before him. All sorts of exquisite weapons and pieces of equipment were on display in the relatively small house. Glass counters held various items that radiated powerful auras. Despite the magic array protecting the weapons, Shifeng could still feel a fraction of the energy they radiated. One could easily imagine how powerful these items were. The most inferior item in the house was dark gold rank, while most items were epic rank. Clearly, the weapons and pieces of equipment in the display cases were the creations Siliora was proud of. They were top tier even among epic items. With a casual glance, Shifeng easily counted many times more epic weapons and equipment in Siliora's small house than those Zero Wing had obtained. Even super guilds would go mad over Siliora's collection. Shifeng had to admit that a Grandmaster Forger was amazing. Siliora could craft epic items as if it were child's play. Even Master Forgers would be lucky to craft one epic item every few years. Although Master Forgers could craft epic items, their success rate was astoundingly low. Only if a Master Forger had an astronomical supply of high-ranking materials would they be able to produce epic items. Producing epic items was far more difficult than obtaining them from monsters and quests. This was because handcrafted items had higher compatibility with the players they were made for, which allowed said players to exhibit greater combat power in God's domain, where fragmented legendary and legendary items were extremely rare. Obtaining customized epic items was one of the few methods players in full epic gear could improve their combat power. The various large guilds in the past had even secured their own master forgers to craft epic weapons and equipment regardless of the cost. Lady Siliora, here are the ebony stones and moonlight spring water you requested. After entering the smithy, Yulan proceeded to remove some materials from her bag. Shifeng was astonished when he saw the materials. Both the moonlight spring water and the ebony stones were super rare forging materials. The moonlight spring water could increase the mana within other materials, which in turn increased the production success rate and quality of the final product. As for the ebony stone, it was a top-tier epic material only obtainable from high-rank field bosses and the dungeon bosses in 100-man team dungeons. Unfortunately, the drop rate was abysmal, and a team would have to kill multiple bosses before one would drop. Shifeng wouldn't have been particularly surprised if Yulan had revealed one bottle of moonlight spring water and one ebony stone. After all, Zero Wing had collected quite a few of these items. What shocked Shifeng was the number of items Yulan had revealed in total. Yulan had taken out 100 bottles of moonlight spring water and 50 ebony stones. This already exceeded Zero Wing's stockpile by multiple times. Not bad. You actually gathered everything within a short time. After taking a look at the materials on the table, Siliora took out a thick, ancient book and gave it to Yulan. This is the forging secret journal I promised you. If one learns all of these techniques, they should have a much easier time becoming a master forger. A forging secret journal. Shifeng suddenly realized why the quest required so many precious materials. A forging secret journal contained plenty of forging techniques. It was a treasure that many forgers dreamed of obtaining. However, whether or not one could learn these techniques depended on the player's capabilities. Guild leader Black Flame, I still haven't thanked you for saving us. In addition, you've allowed us to join Zero Wing. As a show of gratitude, please accept this forging secret journal. Yulan sincerely said as she handed the forging secret journal to Shifeng. For a moment, Shifeng was at a loss for words. He could tell that Yulan was serious. Moreover, with Yulan's strong-willed personality, she would never accept owing others. All right, I'll accept it. Shifeng nodded. The forging secret journal could definitely help the candlelight trading firm's forgers. He could also use the item as motivation for the firm's forgers. When Shifeng accepted her gift, Yulan breathed a sigh of relief. Her serious expression relaxed after Yulan turned in her hidden quest. Siliora shifted her gaze to Shifeng and eagerly demanded, "Well, come on. Show me this treasure of yours." Guild leader Black Flame, since you still have some matters to attend to, we'll wait outside. Yulan knew that Shifeng was here for something very important. It was most definitely a secret. Hence, she took the initiative to remove herself. No need. This won't take long, Shifeng said as he waved a hand. Since Yulan and the others would soon join Zero Wing, he had to treat them like the rest of his people. Moreover, the disintegration armor was not something others could easily take from him even if they knew about it. Following which, he took out the destroyed disintegration armor and set it on the table for Celiora to inspect the instant he revealed the disintegration armor. The space inside the room began to warp as a horrific killing intent and tyrannical aura surged out of the armor and filled the smithy immediately. Several of Yulan's lifestyle players dropped to the ground, turning incomparably pale. What kind of item is this? A frightening shock tore at Yulan as she stared at the tattered armor on the table. After playing God's Domain for so long, she had seen countless top-tier weapons and pieces of equipment. She had even seen quite a few epic items. But none of those items came anywhere near to comparing to the tattered chest piece Shifeng had revealed. As she stared at the armor, she felt her soul tremble with fear. She felt as if she were looking at some horrifying creature rather than a piece of equipment. Even if she didn't know the item's identity, she knew that it must have an extraordinary origin. She was also certain that it was more valuable than any item she had. What? This is disintegration power. Where did you get this? Astonishment twisted Celiora's beautiful face when she saw the disintegration armor. I killed an orc warlord, and this dropped. Shifeng honestly explained there was no need to hide information from an NPC. In fact, if he lied to Celiora, she wouldn't be able to determine the disintegration armor's specifics and wouldn't be able to help him. Moreover, his victory over an orc warlord was no longer a secret in Starmoon Kingdom. The various large guilds had long since learned about the incident, so that's the case. No wonder this broken armor radiates disintegration power. It must be a piece of the Orc Empire's legendary disintegration set. After a glance at the armor and Shifeng's explanation, Celiora realized the disintegration armor's identity. You really are something. The disintegration power radiating from this chest piece is incredibly dense. The disintegration power will taint anyone who carries it. Yet despite being only a Tier 2 Swordmaster, you haven't gone mad, only suffering some loss to your attributes. Are you really just a Tier 2 Swordmaster? In response to Celiora's question, Shifeng merely revealed an awkward smile. He currently carried 3 fragmented legendary items. He also wielded one of the 10 Great Saint Legacies. He couldn't be considered a mere Tier 2 player. A Tier 2 Swordmaster? He's a Tier 2 player? Hearing Celiora's question, Yulan and her companions could not help but turn to Shifeng. Stunned NPCs were not players. They generally didn't lie for no good reason. Moreover, they had much keener perception than players, not to mention an apex existence like a Grandmaster Forger. Chapter 1549, God's Power. Chapter 1549, God's Power. He's already been promoted to Tier 2? Realization dawned on Yulan when she heard Celiora's comment. It was no wonder Shifeng killed an expert like First Ghost with one hit. He had even dared to chastise and threaten Underworld's members. If Shifeng had truly reached Tier 2, he earned his arrogance. Tier 2 was the various large guilds' major goal. Right now only after players completed their Tier 2 promotions would they qualify to challenge level 50 super large-scale team dungeons. And Tier 2 players would significantly help a team when raiding level 50, 100-man team dungeons. Not only would Tier 2 players receive a massive boost to their basic attributes, but their skills would also undergo a qualitative transformation. One Tier 2 player could easily do the work of several Tier 1 players. As she watched Shifeng, Yulan found it hard to believe that he was already a Tier 2 Swordmaster. As far as she knew, even Underworld was still preparing for the Tier 2 promotion quests due to the high difficulty of these quests. Unless players made ample preparations, their chances of failure would be quite high. It was something to be avoided at all costs, as players would have to wait a considerable amount of time before challenging their quests again. The main god system intended Tier 1 to be an introductory phase for players, allowing them to adapt to God's Domain's combat styles. Hence, every player would be capable of completing their Tier 1 promotions. However, it was a different story for Tier 2. Only after players had achieved a certain standard in both combat standards and basic attributes could they complete their Tier 2 promotions. Unfortunately, reaching level 50 required a lot of time and resources for current guilds, not to mention completing the Tier 2 promotion quests. In fact, even Super Guild's peak experts were still desperately grinding. These experts were lucky if they were already level 49. Yet not only had Shifeng crossed the level 50 threshold, but he had also completed his promotion quest. So this is the 31st ranked expert on the God's Domain experts list? Dark Eye was inwardly astonished as he examined at Shifeng. He had been considered a top-tier expert in Underworld. Although he was no match for experts like First Ghost, he was stronger than most of the organization's other experts. Even Warwolf had praised him for his potential yet. When he looked at Shifeng, he felt his horizons expand in the past. He thought that experts like First Ghost were close to reaching the level of God's Domain's peak experts. But looking at it now, it seemed that that gap was far wider than he had imagined. When Dark Eye thought about how he could possibly receive guidance from an expert like Shifeng, he could not help his growing excitement while these players digested their surprise over Feng's tier. Celiora used an identification skill. Inspecting the disintegration armor on the table, it is no longer possible to repair this disintegration armor. The core magic circuits have been destroyed. The materials used to construct the armor have also been tainted and crippled by some mysterious power. Celiora said as she shook her head in pity. Then, can it be recast? Shifeng asked. Recast it? Celiora fell silent for a moment. It's not entirely impossible, but it is incredibly difficult. Only the disintegration armor's core is still usable. Everything else is useless. I'll need new materials to recast it. But obtaining those materials is beyond even a Grandmaster forger like myself. Only by mobilizing an empire's power would you be able to gather all of the necessary materials. Are you really confident in doing something that would require the strength of an entire empire? Yulan and her companions gasped when they heard Celiora's explanation. The materials to reconstruct the disintegration armor were even out of reach for a Grandmaster forger now. They were even more curious about the disintegration armor's rank. Is there no other way? Shifeng felt his head begin to ache. Shifeng could easily guess that the materials Celiora had mentioned were likely rarer than legendary rank materials. Otherwise, there would be no need to mobilize an entire empire's power. Although Zero Wing was Starmoon Kingdom's overlord, it was insignificant compared to the kingdom as a whole, much less an empire. Not exactly. Taking another look at the disintegration armor, Celiora slowly said, there is the option of removing the mysterious power inside the disintegration armor. In reality, there isn't much of a problem with the disintegration armor itself. It's just that its magic circuits have been destroyed. However, a mysterious power is preventing the base materials from exhibiting their original strength. Now, only the core remains untainted. If you can remove this mysterious power, the disintegration armor will be much easier to recast. What must be done to remove this mysterious power? Shifeng asked, breathing a sigh of relief. If the system really tasked him with collecting the necessary materials, it would take him longer than 1 or 2 dedicated years to do so. After all, even a Grandmaster forger would struggle to collect all of these materials. If you wish to remove this mysterious power, you just have to use a stronger power to do so. Unfortunately, I'm helpless against this mysterious power. It's likely that only the legendary god's power will do the trick, Celiora said after giving the matter some thought. When she mentioned God's power, her expression became one of longing. Only Tai 6 gods could control God's power. Meanwhile, she was still far from becoming a Tier 6 god. In God's domain, countless emperors and peerless overlords had tried to reach that realm, including the disintegration armor's creator, the Orc Empire's founding emperor. God's power? Shifeng suddenly smiled. As long as I have God's power, I can remove this mysterious power. In the past, he had been ignorant about God's power. Now, however, not only did he know about it, but he also knew how to obtain it. To put it simply, the system wanted him to collect God crystals to cleanse the mysterious power inside the disintegration armor. Normally, it was very difficult to obtain God crystals, but after making a trip to the moon god's abode, he had a source. If he wished to obtain a large number of God crystals, he simply needed to visit places where gods had once lived. Although it was impossible to return to the moon god's abode in the dark canyon, he had a sealed tool, which could teleport him to a god's old residence. That item was Moloch's ring. Moloch's ring allowed him to open a gate of darkness that led to the Dark Den's central area, which happened to house the World Summit, a location the gods had created. Charlene had warned him not to use the Moloch's ring in fear of the power of darkness's taint, but after repairing the Bible of Darkness, he could reduce the power of darkness's erosion. If he only used Moloch's ring once, it should not cause too much of a problem. I've never tried this method before, so I can't guarantee that it will work, but it should be possible. If not even God's power does the trick, I'm afraid that nothing can cleanse this mysterious power, Celiora warned. Although Celiora was unsure, Sherfone could tell that he had a 90% chance of removing the mysterious power with the God's power inside God crystals. Otherwise, he'd have to collect the materials Celiora had previously mentioned, and that was impossible for current players. It was a far more reasonable task if he only needed to collect God crystals, following which, Sherfone stored the disintegration armor and bid farewell to Celiora. He then led Yulan and the others towards Zero Wing's residence to complete the registration procedures. Due to God's domain evolution, the process of joining a guild had become far more troublesome. This was especially true for guilds with guild residences. Players who wanted to join such guilds needed to register at the residence or the Adventurers Association. It was no longer possible to accept an invitation from a person in power. As Sherfone made his way towards Zero Wing's residence, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations. Zero Wing City's basic facilities have been constructed, and its name is spreading throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Do you wish to allow NPCs to garrison in Zero Wing City? Chapter 1550, City Opens. Chapter 1550, City Opens. They're done already? Sherfone was a little surprised to hear the system notification. Normally, even after a guild city's construction finished, it would take a considerable amount of time before the city could be open to NPCs. Only after NPCs could enter the city would it officially open to the public. NPCs were of utmost importance to a guild city's development. The sooner a guild could lure NPC residents, the sooner a city could unlock its various functions. He had expected to need a few more days before NPCs could conduct business in Zero Wing City. Immediately, Sherfone clicked agree, allowing the NPCs, who had been attracted to Zero Wing City's scenery, to enter the city. Shortly after Sherfone had done so, he received a call from Aqua Rose Guild leader. For some reason, NPCs have begun to serve into the city. Many NPC merchants have even visited the City Lord's mansion, requesting to purchase the city's shops. All of these requests have time limits. Should we approve of them all? Aqua Rose, who currently resided in the City Lord's mansion, asked anxiously. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. This had never occurred when she had managed Stone Forest Town, since all of the NPCs had long since secured their own shops. Her job had only been the player-owned shops management back at Stone Forest Town. Now that Zero Wing City was complete, every plot of land would become incredibly valuable. If they sold these lands to NPCs, they wouldn't be able to take advantage of them in the future. NPC merchants? Joyfully, Sherfone answered. Of course. Sell them the shops. The more the merrier. But before you do, inspect the NPC merchants' reliability ranks and products, and compile a list for me. NPC merchants were essential to God's Domain's players. This was because NPC merchants sold many of players' daily necessities. Some even sold rare items that could not be found anywhere else. NPC merchants would also purchase miscellaneous items that players did not need. Once a guild city was complete, NPC merchants would come to the city to set up their own shops. However, the NPC merchants in guild cities weren't like those in NPC cities. Not only would they sell items similar to the latter, but they also offered certain special items. Unfortunately, there was a chance that these items would be counterfeits. Hence, when purchasing these special items, players had to rely on luck and foresight. The NPC merchants that worked with guild cities were also differentiated based on their star ranks. The higher a merchant's star rank was, the faster their shops could be promoted. Meanwhile, the higher a shop's rank was, the shop would have a greater variety and quality of items to offer. As these NPC shops improved, they would help stir a city's development and attract even more players and NPCs to the city. Hence, The various large guilds in the past had tried all sorts of methods to lure NPCs to conduct business in their cities. Shifeng had never thought that NPC merchants would seek cooperation the moment he allowed them to enter Zero Wing City. He had never encountered such a situation in his previous life, even after Shadow had upgraded one of its advanced towns to a basic city. It had gone through a lot of effort to attract NPC merchants. Now, however, NPC merchants had already sought him out despite the lack of any promotional work. Is this a benefit given to the first guild city? Shifeng could not help but wonder. By the time Shadow had secured its first basic city in the past, many first-rate guilds had already secured intermediate cities. The super guilds had even been in the midst of upgrading their cities to advanced rank. Hence, Shadow's city had had many powerful competitors. On the other hand, Zero Wing City was the first player-constructed city in Star Moon Kingdom. It had no competition to speak of yet. Without any better options, it was natural that NPC merchants had flocked to Zero Wing City. After speaking with Aqua Rose, Shifeng hailed an advanced carriage and made his way to Zero Wing's residence with Yolan's group. There are so many people. When they alighted from the carriage and saw the long line of players outside the residence's entrance, Yulan was surprised. Thousands of players had lined up outside of Zero Wing's residence, and most of their standards were quite high. On average, these players were above level 40. There were even quite a few players in level 40 fine gold weapons and equipment in the queue. However, these players paled in comparison to the 100 Zero Wing members standing guard by the residence's main entrance. Every player in the 100-man team was level 43 or above. The team leader was even level 46. The most inferior piece of equipment these players wore was level 40 secret silver rank. As for the leader of the team, he wore a level 45 fine gold set equipment and carried a level 45 dark gold longbow. Surprisingly, despite being so well equipped, these players only wore Zero Wing's silver guild emblem, which denoted that they were elite members. They didn't wear the purple guild emblem for core members. These are merely Zero Wing's elite members? Dark Eye couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the level 46 ranger guarding the entrance. Even he was jealous of the ranger's equipment. Wearing a full set of level 45 fine gold set equipment was no different than having a full set of level 45 dark gold equipment. Dark Eye only had 4 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment on him, while the rest was level 40 dark gold equipment. Unfortunately, level 45, 100-man team dungeons weren't easy to raid, and they dropped a limited amount of weapons and equipment. It had taken a lot of effort to collect the pieces he wore. The ranger had also reached level 46. In a first-rate guild, the ranger would definitely be an expert and given the position of a core member, yet in Zero Wing, the ranger only qualified to become an elite member. Yulan couldn't help her rueful sigh when she saw the elite team guarding the entrance. Either Zero Wing was no longer the guild she had known in the past. With such foundations, it was no wonder why Shifeng dared to provoke the Blackwater Corporation. Ha. Another group of people who are dumbfounded by Zero Wing's equipment have arrived? How many is that now? Why wouldn't they be shocked? We're talking about level 45 fine gold set equipment. Even experts would be lucky to obtain level 45 fine gold equipment, much less level 45 fine gold set equipment. Level 45 fine gold set equipment would definitely be top-notch in other guilds and adventurer teams, but it's nothing in Zero Wing. I've heard that Zero Wing's core members can even purchase Tier 1 set equipment. Do you even know what a Tier 1 set equipment is? It's even better than level 45 dark gold set equipment. The Tier 1 set equipment is old news already. Based on what I've heard from Zero Wing's internal members, the core members are even allowed to purchase epic items. Quite a few are already sitting in Zero Wing's warehouse waiting for players to trade in their GCPs. What? Zero Wing is even offering epic equipment. Don't guilds usually assign such items to specific players? When the players in line before the entrance saw Dark Eye and his companions, they launched into a discussion about Zero Wing. Moreover, as they spoke, they become more passionate. Their conversations even caused the players behind them and passers-by to drool. Dark Eye's team, who overheard the conversations, were at a loss for words. They had assumed that they could easily become core members after joining the guild. After all, they had been considerably high-ranked experts in Underworld. But after seeing the level 46 ranger guarding the entrance, their confidence faded to nothing. Let's head inside, Shifeng said, paying no attention to the players' conversations outside. As he approached the entrance, he revealed the Black Guild emblem reserved for Zero Wing's upper echelons. After a few hushed words with the level 46 ranger, he led Dark Eye and the others into the residence. When the crowd saw the cloaked Shifeng reveal a Black Guild emblem, they went into an uproar. A Black Guild emblem? That is one of Zero Wing's upper echelons. A guild emblem cannot be faked. That player is definitely a big shot in Zero Wing. I wonder who those people following him are? Could they be Zero Wing's core members? That's impossible. If they're core members, why don't they have guild emblems? They should be here to join Zero Wing. They seem pretty high-leveled and are fairly well-equipped. Those people sure are lucky. They actually know one of Zero Wing's upper echelons. They'll be able to join the guild without taking any tests. The waiting players couldn't help but envy Yulan and her companions. Shortly after Yulan and the others entered Zero Wing's residence, a stealthed assassin at the street corner revealed himself. This was none other than Third Ghost. One of the 7 ghosts Shifeng had clashed with in the past. Zero Wing actually dares to shelter Yulan's group? They aren't taking Blackwater seriously. Third Ghost sneered as he watched Yulan's group enter Zero Wing's residence. It seems that it's time to report to the higher-ups. Chapter 1551, God's Blood. Chapter 1551, God's Blood. Inside Zero Wing's resplendent guild hall. As soon as Yulan and the others entered the building, they were captivated by the scene before them from the outside. Zero Wing's guild hall was no larger than the guild halls in Superpower's headquarters. Upon entering the building, however, it felt as if they had stepped into an entirely different world. No matter how they looked at it, Zero Wing's guild hall was bigger on the inside. The first floor lobby was already the size of a football field. Quite a few guild members rested in the lobby and conversed, while several players queued up at the front desk to rent private rooms. A quest hall, which was even larger than the central room, was located beside the lobby. Many guild members occupied the quest hall, as they searched for suitable quests to pick up. Specifications for high-rank individual quests and high-rank team quests were displayed in rotation on the large screens hanging from the ceiling. With a stupefying number of available quests, this is a 3-star guild residence. Yulan smiled bitterly when she saw the quest hall's large screens. Underworld had desperately tried to increase its guild popularity. Yet despite its effort, its best guild residence only provided 500 to 600 high-ranked individual quests and 100 or so high-ranked team quests per day. With such small numbers, not even Underworld's core members were guaranteed to receive a high-rank quest every day. In contrast, Zero Wing was flooded with high-rank quests. Currently, there were over 2,200 individual quests and 400 team quests available. With so many, even the guild's elite members had an opportunity to pick up a high-rank quest. Unlike ordinary guild quests, which usually awarded coins, EXP, and GCPs, players had a chance of obtaining rare items from high-ranking quests. Moreover, these quests offered a much higher monetary reward. Players could also help increase the guild's popularity. If Zero Wing had such a large supply of high-rank quests, it could develop more guild members. In the long run, the gap between Zero Wing's members and players in other guilds would grow. This is where you'll complete the registration procedures. You just need to register here and you'll become Zero Wing members, Shifeng explained as he led Yulan's group to the guild's registration counter. As for your rank, you'll all start out as normal members. You will then have to accumulate a certain amount of GCPs and pass the appropriate tests to rise through the guild's ranks. However, since I invited you personally, we can forego the required number of GCPs. We'll determine your ranks based solely on your performances in the test. To become an elite member in Zero Wing, you'll have to reach the early stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor. As for becoming a core member, you'll have to reach the 6th floor's middle stage. Yulan and her companions gasped after listening to Shifeng's requirements to ordinary players. A player would be an expert if they could reach the Trial Tower's 4th floor. If a player could reach the 5th floor, they'd be publicly acknowledged as an expert. Yet Zero Wing required players to reach the 5th floor to become elite members. The requirement to become a core member was even more terrifying, actually requiring players to reach the 6th floor's middle stage. Even first-rate guilds' main force members would barely qualify to become Zero Wing's core members. Guilds handpicked these experts from their core members. Yet this was the minimum requirement to become a core member in Zero Wing. Yulan and the others felt beads of sweat slide down their skin from the embarrassment among the dozen or so experts in their group. Only Yulan and Dark Eye met the requirements. The rest of their group was slightly weaker, with the best among them having only reached the 5th floor's late stage. Guild leader Black Flame. What about lifestyle players? The dozen or so lifestyle player behind Yulan asked nervously. They were lifestyle players. Although some lifestyle players were acceptable fighters, these players wear and tear lax. There's a separate test for lifestyle players that join the guild. But that test is conducted at the Candlelight Trading Firm, Shifeng explained. The dozen or so lifestyle players breathed a sigh of relief. They were advanced lifestyle players that Yulan had nurtured. While they weren't good in combat, they were top-notch when it came to subclass standards. However, they nearly choked when they heard Shifeng's next words for subclasses. Those who have reached the advanced rank will become Candlelight's official members. To become a core member, you have to achieve a practical success rate of 30% with advanced items. In God's domain, advanced subclasses only had around a 35% theoretical success rate with advanced items. The practical percentage, however, was much lower. The majority of Yulan's advanced lifestyle players only had a practical success rate of 25%. Raising their success rates by even 1% would require refining their technique standards quite a bit, much less a 5% increase. Even Yulan was surprised. She felt that this requirement was a little too excessive. She was no stranger to subclasses. After all, she had been supervising the underworld's trading firms for some time. She had a relatively clear understanding of the present state of God's domain subclasses. The dozen or so lifestyle players who had followed her could rank among the top lifestyle players in Underworld in terms of production standards. They were only slightly weaker than the organization's top-ranked lifestyle players. Yet in Zero Wing, they didn't even meet the requirement to become core members. Right, we just so happen to be running a performance assessment for alchemists today. If there are any alchemists among you that wish to participate, I'll take you there in a bit. If you rank among the top 10, you'll be promoted to a core member. If you rank high enough, you might even get to use a set of dark gold alchemy tools for a certain period. The chief alchemist will also have the authority to use a basic meditation room long-term. These benefits will definitely help you reach master rank. You'll also be able to visit Titan City, Shifeng said. When the group's lifestyle players heard this, a fiery passion ignited in their eyes. Unfortunately, few of them were alchemists. Otherwise, they would definitely compete in this assessment. In response, a white-haired elder stepped away from the group. He smiled at Shifeng and said, "This is interesting. May this old man participate as well?" Master Aspiration is going to participate. Yulan gave the old man a confused look. Silent Aspiration was very famous in the virtual gaming world. While he had resided in Starmoon Kingdom, he had created the Fire Dragon Potion despite being an intermediate alchemist. The Fire Dragon Potion had allowed Overwhelming Smile to compete with the Candlelight Trading Firm. Silent Aspiration had long since become an advanced alchemist, and was only a step away from master rank. Silent Aspiration wasn't normally interested in competing against others, yet this old man had actually asked to participate in this competition. His initiative had truly surprised Yulan. Although Zero Wing has offered us shelter, we can't let them look down on us, Silent Aspiration whispered to Yulan as he nodded. Of course. Once we've completed the test here, we'll head over to the Candlelight Trading Firm, Shifeng said as he looked at Silent Aspiration. He knew a little about this man, but although the man hadn't been particularly famous during God's Domain's early stages, practically everyone had known his name after 10 years. He had been a master alchemist and only a step away from becoming a grandmaster. More importantly, he had created the master-ranked potion that even grandmaster alchemists admired, God's Blood. God's Blood was why Silent Aspiration had become famous throughout God's Domain. It had been an incredibly powerful master-ranked berserk potion. In addition, God's blood could stack with a berserk skill without side effects. Even super guilds had offered astronomical prices to purchase the God's blood recipe. Unfortunately, due to Silent Aspiration's strange nature, he had only sold one recipe in the past. Moreover, he only accepted alchemy tools and materials as payment. The various super guilds had competed over the recipe like madmen after Yulan, and the others revealed their system results for the trial tower. Shifeng led Yulan, Silent Aspiration, and the other lifestyle players to the candlelight trading firm. As for Dark Eye and the other experts, Shifeng sent them to join the 100-man expert team under Shadow Sword and Turtledove's leadership to grind for equipment in level 45. 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. 10 minutes later, Shifeng's group arrived before the candlelight trading firm. The candlelight trading firm was housed in a much taller building than Zero Wing's Guild Hall. One could say that it was the tallest player-owned shop in White River City. Since the teleportation fees between countries had fallen, an unprecedented number of lifestyle players visited the candlelight trading firm. The establishment's prosperity could now rival Starmoon City's auction house. After reaching the trading firm, Yulan and her companions discovered a large number of lifestyle players seeking to join Candlelight. Dozens of advanced lifestyle players had lined up to register for the trading firm's test. This had never happened in Underworld's trading firms. Chapter 1552, Candlelight's Foundations. Chapter 1552, Candlelight's Foundations. After arriving at the candlelight trading firm, Shifeng led Yulan and the others into the building. Entering the trading firm's first-floor hall was like entering a supermarket. All kinds of products had been set up for sale in the hall. When players from other cities and kingdoms saw the trading firm's interior, they felt as if they had just set foot in another world. Unlike the other guilds, Shifeng had placed heavy importance on lifestyle classes since the beginning of the game. As a result, the candlelight trading firm had plenty of lifestyle players. This, in turn, allowed the candlelight trading firm to produce a variety of items in large quantities. Currently, the candlelight trading firm sold over 100 different kinds of crafted items. Although most of these items weren't particularly high quality and they didn't have much practical use, they still attracted customers to visit the firm. Unlike other trading firms, Candlelight also sold high-ranked weapons and equipment. Aside from the level 45 dark gold equipment, which was clearly a display and had astronomical price tags, there was plenty of pieces of level 5 to 40 crafted equipment up for sale. The quality of these pieces ranged from bronze to fine gold rank. This even allowed the trading firm to satisfy players that had only joined God's domain recently. Meanwhile, players constantly crowded the counter selling crafted level 40 weapons and equipment. Although there was quite a bit of level 40 weapons and equipment on the market, items of secret silver and fine gold rank were still fairly rare. Guilds and teams usually kept these items for their own use. Even when they chose to sell these items, they usually set the price far above market value. However, the candlelight trading firm was different. It consistently produced level 40 equipment ranging from bronze to fine gold rank, most of which was secret silver and fine gold rank. Moreover, the trading firm sold the equipment it produced at fair prices. Although the prices were slightly higher than market value, they weren't ridiculous. As a result, players usually bought out any level 40 secret silver and fine gold equipment very quickly. As expected of the publicly acknowledged number 1 trading firm in Starmoon Kingdom, its foundations are really something. Silent Aspiration nodded in satisfaction as he looked through the various products on display. Yulan's other lifestyle players were shocked. Shifeng's group quickly reached one of the special alchemy rooms on the candlelight trading firm's top floor. A large crowd had already gathered in the room, and when Shifeng's group entered, everyone turned towards them. Huh? The guild leader is here to watch the ranking competition? The guild leader is visiting us personally? Could he have some good news? There should be. Didn't you hear that Zero Wing City's construction has completed? He might be looking for people to manage the candlelight trading firm there. After all, Manager Melancholic can't handle so many locations by herself. Upon seeing Shifeng enter the room, the crowd launched into a quiet discussion about his visit. Their excitement about the competition also grew. Guild leader, you're here. I've arranged everything to your specifications. There are a total of 323 alchemists participating in the test this time. Among them, 244 are intermediate alchemists, and 79 are advanced alchemists. We can start the competition once you're ready, Melancholic Smile reported after approaching Shifeng Yulan and her companions, who stood behind Shifeng, gasped the candlelight trading firm has so many advanced alchemists? Yulan was astonished as she surveyed the crowd before her when she had first entered the room and saw this crowd. She had assumed that every one of Candlelight's alchemists was present. The firm housing roughly the same number of alchemists as Underworld, however. The difference was far larger than she had thought. This firm already had over 300 intermediate alchemists. If they included basic alchemists and apprentice alchemists, shouldn't Candlelight have nearly 1,000 alchemists under its command? The number of advanced alchemists Candlelight possessed was simply horrifying. Underworld currently had nearly 20 advanced alchemists, yet the Candlelight trading firm had over 4 times that. Hearing this, Silent Aspiration's fighting spirit welled within him. All right. I have another alchemist here who wishes to participate in the ranking competition. With this, we'll have 80 advanced alchemists form a group, while the intermediate alchemists will form their own. Shifeng nodded. He wasn't surprised in the least by the number of advanced alchemists current in the Candlelight trading firm with Zero Wing's current popularity and the benefits Candlelight offered. It was natural that the trading firm attracted so many advanced alchemists. In reality, the trading firm could have had even more advanced alchemists, but due to God's domain's evolution changing the subclasses, it had become significantly harder for players to upgrade their subclasses. In the past, lifestyle players had simply needed to fulfill the proficiency requirement to be promoted. Now, however, not only did lifestyle players had to have enough proficiency, but they also had to pass a test at their respective lifestyle associations. Once they could create a specified item with a certain success rate, would their rank rise otherwise? With how many alchemists the Candlelight trading firm nurtured, they would have had far more advanced alchemists, following which, Silent Aspiration joined the competition group for advanced alchemists. Right, for this ranking competition, aside from the aforementioned benefits, the top 3 players will have the opportunity to learn this mana-enhancing potion recipe, Shifeng said as he took a large booklet from his bag and placed it on the stone table before him. He then shared the details of the mana-enhancing potion to everyone in the room. When the crowd finished reading the potion's effects, they went into an uproar. What? This is a berserk potion? An advanced berserk potion? And there's a special alchemy technique included with the recipe. If I could learn that technique, I might have an easier time trying for master rank. I have to fight for one of the top 3 positions this time, no matter what. Every alchemist's eyes shone with excitement. Even Silent Aspiration, who didn't seem overly excited about the competition, showed great interest after seeing the mana-enhancing potion. Advanced alchemy recipes weren't like ordinary alchemy recipes. Advanced alchemy recipes required the application of unique alchemy techniques. If one could learn these techniques, they'd have better luck when creating their own unique potions in the future. For alchemists who dedicated themselves to researching berserk potions, learning the alchemy technique for the mana-enhancing potion was necessary. Wonder. This is your chance. Haven't you been trying to create an advanced berserk potion for your master rank promotion for a while? If you can get your hands on this recipe, you'll definitely get promoted. A female alchemist beside Silent Wonder said, This recipe will be of great help. If I secure first place and get the green jade set as well, I'm confident that it won't be long before I become a master alchemist. Silent Wonder nodded. When she looked at the mana-enhancing potion recipe on the table, she knew that she had to obtain it. Moreover, she had the confidence and qualifications to do so. After all, she had constantly improved her techniques for a while now. Seeing fighting spirit fill both Silent Aspiration and Silent Wonder, Shifeng chuckled. Now that I've said everything that needs to be said, you may head to your designated alchemy rooms. The results will be determined based on overall success rate and production speed, Shifeng said. No outside items may be used during this competition. You may only use the materials and tools provided by the guild. None of the alchemists were surprised by Shifeng's requirements. A few of the intermediate alchemists might have better technical skills than the advanced alchemists, but due to their late start in the game, they might not have reached the necessary proficiency to become advanced alchemists yet. Hence, by having intermediate alchemists produce intermediate items and advanced alchemists produce advanced items, calculating the results based on overall success rate and production speed, the firm could assess the player's technical skills, creating a fair competition between the two ranks. Following which, Melancholic directed everyone to their designated alchemy room's guild leader. "Is this really all right?" Melancholic Smile worriedly asked after watching the alchemists enter their assigned rooms to attract alchemists to join the candlelight trading firm. They had advertised that even the firm's official members would have the right to compete for the dark gold alchemy tools. Although their advertisement had succeeded, letting these non-internal members use such valuable tools was a huge waste. If they only gave internal members access to these tools, they might nurture master alchemists far more quickly. Instead of answering Melancholic Smile's question, Shifeng asked, "How are the internal members doing? What's their progress on learning the basic secret alchemy technique?" 1/3 of them have learned the designated basic alchemy technique. According to the rules you've set, each technique they learn will grant them one chance to read the Moon God's secret record. So far, the best alchemist has read the Moon God's secret record 4 times, while everyone else has read it twice on average. Melancholic Smile answered, unsure as to why Shifeng had asked such a question. Although the basic alchemy techniques were beneficial, they were only basic techniques at the end of the day. Meanwhile, there was no lack of experts among the alchemists participating in this competition. This was especially true for Silent Wonder. Had the woman chosen to become one of Candlelight's internal members, she might have become a master alchemist by now. That's enough then. Shifeng chuckled without explaining further. Now all we need to do is examine their performance. The benefits he had offered were astounding, but that didn't mean that outsiders could easily gain access to them. Chapter 1553, Alchemy Battle. Chapter 1553, Alchemy Battle. Despite the confident look Shifeng gave her, Melancholic Smile couldn't help her concern. However, since Shifeng had decided, she could only watch this competition play out, and hope that the non-internal members wouldn't occupy too many of the top 10 positions, letting internal members learn basic alchemy techniques. When Yulan overheard the conversation between Shifeng and Melancholic Smile, she could not help her smile. She had worried for Silent Aspiration since he'd be competing against so many advanced alchemists now. However, she breathed a sigh of relief. If it were only a matter of basic alchemy techniques, Silent Aspiration had already learned a few. Although basic alchemy techniques were indeed precious, with her position in Underworld and the resources she had collected, she had managed to help Silent Aspiration learn 3 such techniques. Moreover, basic alchemy techniques could only help alchemists solidify their foundation. It wouldn't help them much when improving their actual technique standards past a certain point. When comparing technical standards, there was little difference between an alchemist who had learned 3 basic alchemy techniques and one that had learned 4. The difference would only show itself when players attempted to create their own unique potions with the basic alchemy techniques Silent Aspiration had learned and the wealth of experience he had gained while dabbling in the alchemical arts. He should have a high chance of securing first place in this competition. With this, she could, more or less, prove to Zero Wing that her group could be useful. Otherwise, in the event that the Blackwater Corporation targeted Zero Wing because of her people, Zero Wing's members would look down on her group. Meanwhile, in the alchemy rooms on the top floor, both the advanced alchemists and the intermediate alchemists had begun to refine the materials on their respective workstations for the competition. Every alchemist had been given 100 sets of materials. Moreover, rather than some extremely valuable potion, they only had to create commonly used potions. The intermediate alchemists had been asked to create fire potions. As for advanced alchemists, they had to create frozen soul potions. Although the fire potion and the frozen soul potion were common items, their production was more difficult than other portions of the same rank. They were quite suited for testing alchemists' production technique. Shifeng had also chosen these 2 potions for the assessment due to the Eclipse Gate. Any player that visited the Eclipse Gate would need them. The frozen soul potion, in particular, could grant a small amount of ice resistance and weaken freezing. These effects were particularly useful when fighting the Eclipse Gate's ice-type monsters. It seems there is some level of difficulty to this assessment. Taking a look at the materials before him, Silent Aspiration realized that he had to craft an advanced potion once the alchemists were in position. Melancholic Smile announced the competition's start through the team chat. The alchemists took action immediately. They are all quite skillful. Shifeng nodded in satisfaction while he watched the display showing the Advanced Alchemists competition venue. Every advanced alchemist had clearly come prepared. As soon as the competition had begun, they had entered a state of total concentration, ignoring everything around them as they focused on concocting their potions. Their actions were fast and precise, without any excess movement to waste their time. Not only were these alchemists required to maintain a high success rate in this competition, but they also had to maintain a high production speed. With only 1 hour, it was impossible for the alchemists to go through all 100 sets of prepared materials. The main goal was to see how many potions the alchemists could produce within a fixed time, and at what success rate. This way, the outcome would be obvious for all to see when the competition ended. Master Aspiration is really impressive. He refined the materials so quickly. An advanced alchemist behind Yulan exclaimed as he watched Silent Aspiration's performance. Although he too was an advanced alchemist, his rank had been average among Underworld's advanced alchemists. In a competition between 80 advanced alchemists, he had little confidence of ranking among the top 10. However, Silent Aspiration was different. Even in Underworld, only one other advanced alchemist had been capable of competing against Silent Aspiration. That alchemist had also been an elder with decades of alchemical experience. Meanwhile, Silent Aspiration's refining process was meticulous and natural. The frozen soul potion's production had very high requirements. If the refined materials weren't sufficiently pure, the system would determine the potion's failure. Yet Silent Aspiration refined the materials nearly twice as fast as the other advanced alchemists in the competition, and still fulfilled the system's requirements. Just where did the guild leader find this alchemy expert? His production speed is actually on par with Silent Wonder's. Silent Aspiration's performance even surprised Melancholic Smile. Silent Wonder was one of the Candlelight trading firm's top advanced alchemists. She'd even ranked near the very top of all of God's Domain's alchemists. Melancholic Smile envied the woman's talent. Fortunately, she was a forger, but an alchemist yet. Shifeng had actually found another advanced alchemist that could rival Silent Wonder. When Melancholic Smile thought about how the Candlelight trading firm had two such impressive individuals, she became even more confident of competing in the Apocalypse Empire and the Black Dragon Empire. Even the Candlelight trading firm's alchemy is so strong? Meanwhile, Yulan couldn't help but be astonished by Silent Wonder's performance. The Candlelight trading firm had risen to fame due to its forging standards. It was likely that no power in Starmoon Kingdom could surpass Candlelight in forging. Even throughout God's Domain, Candlelight's forging standards would rank at the very top. After all, based on the information she had collected in Underworld, she knew that the firm had at least one master forger. Black Flaymaster lifestyle players stood at the apex of God's Domain's current subclasses. Based on the reports she had received, there were only 3 players that had been confirmed as master forgers in God's Domain, including Black Flame. Moreover, among these 3 people, one had only been promoted recently. She had never expected the Candlelight trading firm to be so impressive in alchemy as well. Furthermore, Silent Wonder was still so young. Although Yulan herself was not an alchemist, she could still tell that, aside from Silent Wonder, the other advanced alchemist standards were very high. If the Candlelight trading firm continued to grow at this pace, it would definitely become a powerful force not to be reckoned with in the future. Time passed quickly. The intermediate and advanced alchemists in the alchemy rooms entered their own worlds, as they focused on creating their respective potions. Before they knew it, the 1-hour time limit ended as an ear-piercing alarm rang in the alchemy rooms. Every alchemist stopped what they were doing. Time's up? Please let me get into the top 10 this time. Some alchemists in the competition venues worried as they reluctantly parted with the partially concocted potions in their hands. Some players confidently set their tools down, and waited for the supervisors to tally their scores. All right, everyone enter the venues and tally up the crafted potions and used materials. Once you're done, send the results to me directly. Melancholic Smile instructed the NPCs outside the alchemy room's entrances in God's domain. As a shop's star rank rose, the intellect of the shop's NPCs would increase as well. These NPCs could then help players with a larger variety of tasks. However, this improvement came with a price, as the shop would have to pay higher salaries. Fortunately, the increased expenditure was no problem for the candlelight trading firm, following which, the NPCs entered their assigned alchemy rooms and collected every alchemist's results. They then transmitted the information to Melancholic Smile. A short moment later, Melancholic Smile had the results for the 244 intermediate alchemists and 80 advanced alchemists. Immediately, Melancholic Smile had the system filter the information, and she quickly obtained the competition's final ranks. At the same time, the various alchemists left their respective alchemy rooms and regrouped in the special alchemy room Shifeng occupied. After entering the room, they watched Shifeng and Melancholic Smile with hopeful expressions. I wonder who will rank among the top 10 this time? I'll definitely be one of them. My performance was exceptional this time. I wonder who will get number 1. It should be Silent Wonder. She's been improving like there's no tomorrow. I've heard that she has already invented a new advanced berserk potion. Only, she hasn't successfully crafted the potion thus far. Everyone was curious and confident about the competition this time, and they couldn't help but chat quietly as they waited. All right, quiet down. I'll announce the results now, Melancholic Smile declared. Chapter 1554. Hierarchical Gap. Chapter 1554. Hierarchical Gap. In the crowded special alchemy room, every player turned towards Melancholic Smile as soon as she spoke, eager to learn the competition's results. Any alchemist would even envy the benefits for the 10th place, let alone the benefits the top 3 would enjoy with the help of the awarded alchemy tools. These alchemists would have a smoother path to becoming master alchemists. Once they became master alchemists, they'd reach the apex of the alchemy industry, becoming a target for superpowers recruitment. A total of 324 people have participated in the competition this time. Among them, 244 are intermediate alchemists, and 80 are advanced alchemists. Overall, I would say that everyone has scored fairly well. However, the final results are clear, Melancholic Smile said, smiling as she glanced at the alchemists present. I'll now announce the top 10 rankings. 10th place, Floating Cloud Intermediate Alchemist. Materials used, 59 sets. Produced 19 fire potions. Practical success rate is 32.2%. 9th place, Smiling Heaven Advanced Alchemist. Materials used, 49 sets. Produced 16 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 32.65%. 8th place, Tainted Maple Intermediate Alchemist. Materials used, 58 sets. Produced 19 fire potions. Practical success rate is 32.75%. As Melancholic Smile reported the results, the crowd gasped in shock. What? Even intermediate alchemists have ranked among the top 10. Crap. What kind of speed and success rate is that? I went all out for the whole hour, yet I only used 52 sets of materials and made 16 fire potions. Are they even human? All of these alchemists were very familiar with the fire potion and frozen soul potions production specifications. If an alchemist of the same rank tried to craft them without the aid of any external items, the system would set their base success rate at 35%. However, it was extremely difficult for an alchemist's practical success rate to reach this theoretical success rate. If an alchemist only crafted a small number of potions, they might be lucky enough to achieve a practical success rate that was higher than the theoretical success rate. But that was nearly impossible when mass-producing potions. Moreover, the likelihood of such a situation would only decrease as players crafted more potions. Hence, when competing in a competition that required 50 to 100 sets of materials, one had to rely on their actual capabilities. Luck had very little impact in such competitions moreover. It was extremely difficult to maintain a high production speed if one wanted to maintain a high success rate. After all, the hastier one was, the more likely they were to make mistakes. This, in turn, resulted in a lower success rate in this competition. Players were first judged based on the number of potions they crafted. Their success rate was secondary. If two players produced the same number of potions, their ranks would then be determined by their success rate. This made it impossible for players to gain an advantage with trickery. Of course, this judging method was only effective among alchemists of the same rank at the end of the day. The fire potion was much easier to produce compared to the frozen soul potion. It didn't require as much time to craft either. As a result, it was natural that the players crafting fire potions would produce more than those crafting frozen soul potions. Hence, when comparing alchemists of different ranks, for fairness's sake, advanced alchemists would have a modifier of +3 potions added to their tallies. Just who are these people? Yulan was astounded as she watched the alchemists walk up to the stage, melancholic smile occupied when Shifeng had stated that the practical success rate of Candlelight's core members was around 30%. She had assumed the man had exaggerated. Looking at it now, however, it would seem that Shifeng had told her the truth. In fact, he had understated the firm's alchemists. There were likely only 2 alchemists in Underworld who could achieve such a high production speed and success rate. Ordinary advanced alchemists would be fortunate to achieve 2/3 of the production speed of Zero Wing's advanced alchemists. They'd thank the heavens if they could reach even 20% of these alchemists' practical success rate. As Melancholic Smile continued to announce the top 10 ranks, Silent Aspiration and Silent Wonder, who stood below the stage, were flabbergasted. They had never thought that the other alchemists in the trading firm would achieve such excellent results. Only slightly inferior to their Zero Wing sure has a lot of alchemy experts. But this old man will still take first place. Silent Aspiration hadn't lost any of his confidence. He had nearly achieved perfection with his performance, while he was surprised that so many of Candlelight's advanced alchemists had produced 16 frozen soul potions in 1 hour. They still couldn't compare to him. After all, he had crafted a total of 18 frozen soul potions. Though part of the reason for his result had been his luck with his final attempt, luck was also a component of an alchemist's strength. Alright, next up is 5th place. Silent Aspiration, Advanced Alchemist. Materials used: 53 sets. Produced 18 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 33.96%. Everyone gasped when they heard Silent Aspiration's results. The advanced alchemist that scored 6th place had only produced 16 frozen soul potions. Yet his score had increased by 2. The result was frightening. 5th. How is this possible? Silent Aspiration turned to look at Melancholic Smile. Suspicious. Even Yulan, who stood beside Shifeng, could not believe this Silent Aspiration had successfully crafted 18 frozen soul potions in 1 hour. Yet he only ranked 5th. However, before Silent Aspiration and Yulan could question the results, Melancholic Smile announced the 4th place winner. 4th place. Silent Wonder, Advanced Alchemist. Materials used: 52 sets. Produced 18 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 34.61%. Hearing this result, Silent Aspiration, who had intended to question the results, was at a loss for words. Someone was actually capable of producing 18 frozen soul potions with a near-perfect success rate. Next, in 3rd place, Rainwalker, Advanced Alchemist. Materials used: 59 sets. Produced 20 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 33.89%. 2nd place, Gentle Stab, Advanced Alchemist. Materials used: 61 sets. Produced 21 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 34.42%. 1st place, Dormant Twilight, Advanced Alchemist. Materials used: 62 sets. Produced 22 frozen soul potions. Practical success rate is 35.48%. When Melancholic Smile finished announcing the competition's results, silence descended on the venue. Everyone turned towards the top 3 alchemists on the stage, skepticism filling their eyes. Were the results manipulated? Silent Wonder was confused as she read the results. Her production speed in this competition had been the best she had ever achieved, completing 52 attempts in 1 hour. That was basically 1 attempt every minute or so. Her success rate was even close to perfection, yet of the 3 alchemists who ranked above her, 2 had spent less than a minute on each attempt. 1 had even achieved a success rate that exceeded the system's theoretical success rate. She found it hard to imagine how these people could have possibly achieved such results. The only possibility she could think of was that they had cheated and used alchemy tools that increased their production speed and success rate. Silent Wonder wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Silent Aspiration and Yulan had reached the same conclusion. The report had even surprised Melancholic Smile. I know that some of you will refuse to believe these results and suspect that the top 3 alchemists have cheated in some way. However, I guarantee you that that is not the case. This is their own strength. Do not think that the top 3 positions of the candlelight trading firm are so easy to obtain. If you do not work hard, the gap between you will only grow, Shifeng stated as he glanced at everyone present. To maintain fairness, I'll show you these top 3 alchemists' refining process. After Shifeng said so, Melancholic Smile displayed the recording of the top 3 alchemists' refining process on the magic water ball in the center of the room. As this was a competition, everyone's work had been recorded to avoid any cheating. Others would also be able to use the recordings of the high achievers as reference. As the videos played, the crowd noticed that the top 3 alchemists' production speeds weren't particularly fast. In fact, they were slower than most of the participating advanced alchemists. However, while these 3 were refining their potions, they'd occasionally give up halfway through and concoct a new potion as if they knew that their attempt wouldn't succeed. By giving up halfway, these 3 alchemists saved a lot of time. As a result, they went through far more materials during the limited amount of time. When the videos ended, every alchemist in the room turned as one towards the top 3 alchemists, realizing where the difference lay. How is that possible? Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration were dumbfounded. It was impossible to know how a potion would turn out before it was refined. They couldn't fathom why these 3 had decided to give up on certain attempts midway. Yet it was precisely the reason they had achieved far better results. Could this be some kind of alchemy technique? Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration considered the thought at practically the same time. This was especially true for Silent Wonder. She was no stranger to the top 3 alchemists, but when it came to alchemy standards, she had no doubt that she was superior. The only way the trio could surpass her was with alchemy techniques. The trio must have learned a technique that she didn't know, which was why there was such a massive difference between them. Based on the fact that all 3 alchemists had learned the same technique at the same time, she guessed that it must have something to do with the Candlelight's internal member training program. Alright. Now that you've seen their refining processes, I'm sure you've realized where the difference lies. The promised benefits for the top 10 winners will be delivered to your respective alchemy rooms. I want you 3 to stay behind. Everyone else, you may leave if you have nothing else to say, Shifeng announced, chuckling as he noticed Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration, who appeared to be deep in thought. Chapter 1555, Internal Benefits. Chapter 1555, Internal Benefits. After Shifeng gave the command, everyone began orderly shuffling out of the special alchemy room. Even now, though, everyone still felt a little shocked by the outcome of this competition. Originally, they all thought that Silent Wonder would be the champion this time. They had never imagined that she would actually end up failing to get within even the top 3. Moreover, there was a huge difference between her results and the results of the 3rd-place winner. This was simply incredible. However, just like Shifeng had said, they had indeed underestimated the Candlelight trading firm's foundations. The difference between the support received by internal members and official members was much greater than they had expected. Only now did everyone understand why Shifeng had declared that even official members could take part in this competition. Most likely, from the very beginning, Shifeng had never once thought that the official members of Candlelight had the capabilities to compete for the top few positions. Hence, he had boldly allowed official members to take part in the competition without any restrictions. Although the benefits for the top 10 positions were quite good, There was a qualitative difference between them, and what the top 3 winners received in God's domain. Secret silver alchemy tools were indeed very rare, but the various large guilds generally had a few pieces. However, in the case of the fine gold-ranked Ocean's Glow set and the dark gold-ranked Green Jade set, they were not things that just any guild would have. Even super guilds would not necessarily be able to obtain these precious treasures with the aid of these top-tier alchemy tools. One would definitely have a much higher chance of creating a new potion. Meanwhile, as everyone was leaving, Silent Wonder suddenly walked up to Shifeng. What's going on? Could Silent Wonder be trying to complain about the competition results? That shouldn't be the case. She must have seen the videos as well. There are indeed no problems with the results. Dormant Twilight and the others did indeed win the competition fair and square. Moreover, the results will most likely remain the same for the next few competitions. It really makes you wonder how they managed to improve so quickly. I recall that Dormant Twilight and the other 2 were quite inferior to Silent Wonder some time ago. How should I know? However, it should have something to do with the trading firm's internal member training program. It's a pity that I lacked the strength to join it. Everyone could not help but start a quiet discussion among themselves as they looked at Silent Wonder guild leader. May I ask you a question? Silent Wonder asked as she looked at Shifeng seriously. A question? Upon seeing the serious expression on Silent Wonder's face, Shifeng chuckled and replied, "Sure, ask away." After taking in a deep breath, Silent Wonder said, "I wish to ask about the alchemy technique Dormant and the others have learned. Can the technique be learned by becoming an internal member of the guild?" To some extent, yes, Shifeng replied after giving the matter some thought. Truthfully, Shifeng was rather surprised himself by the trio's performance. He had never thought that they would gain such a significant harvest from reading the Moon God's Secret Journal. The Moon God's Secret Journal was indeed an alchemy treasure. However, it was a set of 3 volumes, and he had obtained only the first volume of the set, which contained only information on the various materials available in God's domain. It was just like an encyclopedia for materials. There were no alchemy techniques recorded inside the volume. Meanwhile, among the basic alchemy techniques he obtained from the Moon God's secret room, none of them contained the technique Dormant Twilight, and the others had used. Shifeng's answer rendered everyone speechless. What did he mean by, to a certain extent? Could they, or could they not learn the alchemy technique? Then, as long as I become an internal member of Candlelight, will I be able to learn the techniques Dormant and the others are learning as well? Silent Wonder simply could not wrap her mind around the technique Dormant Twilight and the others had displayed during the competition. Their every action during the competition had been very normal. So much so that they did not even apply any basic alchemy techniques, and had just concocted the potions normally. In the end, however, the results they achieved were still leaps and bounds ahead of hers at this moment. It was as if she had seen a new world in Dormant Twilight and the others. To an alchemy fanatic like herself, it would be akin to torture for her not to study such a mysterious and amazing technique. Guild leader Black Flame. If this old man also becomes an internal member of Candlelight, will I be able to study such alchemy techniques too? Silent Aspiration, who had kept his own counsel all this time, suddenly stepped forward and asked Shifeng, Master Aspiration? Yulan could not help being stunned by this scene. Even back when Silent Aspiration was in Underworld, he had not yielded even once to its temptations. Nothing that Underworld tried succeeded in binding Silent Aspiration to the organization, as the old man despised being bound by restrictions. Yet now Silent Aspiration was actually thinking of accepting such restrictive conditions just for some alchemy techniques. Yulan truly could not help but wonder just what kind of alchemy techniques could actually inspire an obsession in a master like Silent Aspiration. I cannot guarantee that you all will learn the alchemy technique you speak of. I can only say that how much you learn after becoming Candlelight's internal members will depend on yourselves. Shifeng could see the yearning these 2 people had for alchemy techniques. However, he truly could not guarantee that they would learn the technique they mentioned. It depended entirely on how much they could learn from the Moon God's secret journal, and how well they would be able to put that knowledge to use. Upon hearing Shifeng's reply, Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration could not help but hesitate. Since that is the case, I'll join. After giving the matter some more thought, Silent Wonder still chose to become an internal member of Candlelight in the end, although she did not know what kind of treatment internal members received. When she saw how much Dormant Twilight and the others had improved, she could not help growing anxious. After all, despite so little time having passed since the trio had become internal members, their alchemy standards had already gone from being inferior to hers to surpassing hers by a large margin. She also had to admit that the Candlelight trading firm was truly powerful. It possessed advantages that even super guilds did not. Although she was confident in herself, she was not blind. If things continued at this rate, the gap between herself and Dormant Twilight, and the others would most likely continue to widen. This was not an outcome she wished to see. Moreover, she was also very curious to find out just what kind of item could help the internal members improve by so much in so little time. Interesting. This old man will join as well. Silent Aspiration chuckled as he sent glance at Silent Wonder and Dormant Twilight's group. Although being able to conduct experiments without restrictions was good, the competition with a bunch of alchemy experts had rekindled his long-lost fighting spirit and edge now. His goal had already changed. Instead of aiming to become the #1 alchemist in God's domain, he decided he would first secure the position of chief alchemist in the Candlelight trading firm. Only afterwards would he contend for the title of #1 alchemist in God's domain as expected of the guild leader. With this, we won't have to worry about lacking potions to sell in Candlelight. Melancholic Smile could not help but inwardly worship Shifeng's capabilities. After all, he had actually managed to lure alchemy experts like Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration into becoming internal members of Candlelight while barely doing anything with the standards of these two alchemy experts. The Candlelight trading firm would have no trouble producing extremely complex potions. Meanwhile, Yulan was dumbfounded by this scene. Despite all the methods Underworld had tried, it had failed to rope Silent Aspiration into the organization. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had merely allowed Silent Aspiration to take part in a competition, and already the master was taking the initiative to join the guild. If Underworld's upper echelon were to find out about this matter, just what kind of reactions would this elicit? After Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration declared their intention to become internal members, the other advanced alchemists that were still on the fence about binding themselves further to Candlelight decided to join as well. The Candlelight trading firm's capabilities in the alchemy industry soared once again, following which, Shifeng had Melancholic Smile redo the contracts of Silent Wonder and the others, as well as give them a rundown on the benefits internal members enjoyed compared to official members. Internal members not only enjoyed better benefits, but also received more GCPs for the same amount of work. At the same time, they also got to learn rare alchemy recipes. Meanwhile, what surprised Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration was that internal members could learn not only basic secret alchemy techniques, but also advanced secret alchemy techniques. However, both types required one to spend a certain amount of GCPs to learn. They were not things that could be learned freely. Aside from these basic benefits, there is still this item serving as the main benefit for internal members, Melancholic Smile said as she took out a thick book from her bag and placed it on the stone table before her. As long as you all manage to grasp a basic secret alchemy technique, you'll gain one opportunity to read this book. If you learn an advanced secret alchemy technique, you'll gain 5 chances to read it. The new internal members present stirred slightly when they saw the thick book on the stone table. However, Melancholic Smile's words shocked them. Basic secret alchemy techniques were not easy to learn. Yet fully grasping one such technique granted them only one opportunity to read the thick book. This requirement was absurdly high. However, the alchemists that had already become internal members gave longing looks at the thick book, wishing they could read it for the rest of their lives. Wait. This book is the Moon God's Secret Journal. At this moment, Silent Wonder and Silent Aspiration both gaped in shock involuntarily when they read the words written on the cover of the thick book, their breathing becoming much heavier. Chapter 1556, 3-Star NPC Merchant. Chapter 1556, 3-Star NPC Merchant. The Moon God's Secret Journal. Everyone present was stunned momentarily when they heard Silent Wonder's words. their eyes staring dazedly at the thick book on the stone table. As long as one was an alchemist in God's domain, they would generally have visited a library and read up on matters regarding the alchemy world. Most of the many introductory books on alchemy would mention the alchemy treasure, known as the Moon God's secret journal. Among the numerous epic wars that the continent of God's domain experienced before, quite a few of them were over the Moon God's secret journal. Meanwhile, such a precious alchemy treasure was actually being offered as a benefit for the internal members of the candlelight trading firm. No wonder the three of them could improve so quickly. Realization dawned upon Silent Wonder as she turned to look at Dormant Twilight and the others at the same time. The benefits offered to Candlelight's internal members also rendered her utterly speechless. Shifeng's confidence in allowing even official members to compete for the top 10 positions was understandable. Meanwhile, Silent Aspiration's eyes were practically glowing as he looked at the Moon God's secret journal. He wished he could take a read through the book right this instant. I'm sure you all know how valuable this Moon God's secret journal is. If you wish to read it, you'll have to rely on your own abilities to do so. Any internal member can look for Melancholic Smile to learn basic secret alchemy techniques. Also, only after learning one technique completely will you be allowed to learn another. Each time you finish learning a technique, you'll be given one opportunity to read through the Moon God's secret journal. How many times you'll be able to read through the journal will depend on yourselves. Shifeng could not help but chuckle when he saw the longing in everyone's eyes. He then left the remaining matters for Melancholic Smile to deal with. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, the advanced alchemists that had become internal members just now immediately ran up to Melancholic Smile, fighting over the chance to start learning a basic secret alchemy technique. As soon as possible had Shifeng taken out the Moon God's secret journal and shown it to them before the competition, they would have treated the journal as merely an alchemy treasure. They would not have had a clear understanding of its value. However, after watching Dormant Twilight and the others' performance, they came to fully appreciate the power of the Moon God's secret journal. Now they hoped to grasp the knowledge stored inside the journal as soon as possible. Just as Shifeng was letting Dormant Twilight and the other two top 3 winners learn the mana-enhancing potion recipe, Aqua Rose suddenly contacted him. Guild leader, I just received a report stating that Heaven's Burial has begun raiding the Orc Empire's ancient rock city. Moreover, they've mobilized a considerable force. At this point in time, we estimate that Heaven's Burial has mobilized over 100,000 elite members and 5,000 NPCs. By the looks of it, they are almost certain to capture Ancient Rock City. Aqua Rose reported they dare raid an orc city with just 100,000 elite players and 5,000 mercenaries? Hearing Aqua Rose's words, Shifeng could not help but fall into deep thought. Could Heaven's Burial have some other insurance? He might not have a clear idea of how powerful the cities in the Orc Empire were, but one thing he did know was that the cities located in neutral maps were not that easy to raid. For example, even though the secret pavilion had obtained 15,000 NPC mercenaries from him, its chances of securing an orc city were minimal. After all, a city possessed a defensive magic array. Meanwhile, attacks at Tier 3 and below would do very little to deplete the energy of a city's defensive magic array. In addition, the orcs defending the city would definitely outnumber players by a lot. There were also mythic monsters garrisoning the city. Unlike the mythic monsters found in dungeons and out in the fields, a mythic monster defending a city would receive a significant buff from the city's defensive magic array. An army of 100,000 elite players was no different from a bunch of ants in the face of such a mythic monster. The latter could annihilate the former with little to no effort. In fact, even if the mythic monsters defending the city did not make a move, the orc army stationed inside the city would most likely be able to annihilate Heaven's Burial's army of 100,000 elite players easily. Hence, by attempting to capture Ancient Rock City, either Heaven's Burial's upper echelon consisted of utter fools, or the guild had some other power they were relying on. Guild leader, I heard that many first-rate guilds are sending their own forces to take advantage of the situation. Should we poke our hands into the matter as well? Aqua Rose did not have any positive feelings about Heaven's Burial. In other words, their two guilds were basically enemies. Now that Heaven's Burial was trying to capture Ancient Rock City, Zero Wing naturally could not just sit out and do nothing. Forget it. Since Heaven's Burial dares to take such an action, I'm sure they've considered this problem as well. For all we know, we might end up stepping into a trap they set up. Let the other guilds have their fun. However, make sure to keep an eye on the situation there as well, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Right, are you done sorting through the information on the NPC merchants yet? Beast Emperor's shadow loomed behind Heaven's Burial. In a field battle without the aid of defensive structures like the Magic Tower, dealing with a swarm of evil beasts and evil demons would be very difficult. At the very least, Zero Wing currently still lacked the means to contend against an army of monsters in a frontal confrontation. In fact, Heaven's Burial's goal in attacking Ancient Rock City might not be the conquest of the city at all. It might very well be an attempt to lure the various large guilds into a trap and turn their members into resources for Beast Emperor to create even more evil demons. After all, the Black Dragon Empire's Evil God's Temple had already been activated. If Beast Emperor wished to nurture powerful evil demons, he would need a large number of sacrifices to do so. Meanwhile, hunting for players the normal way would take a very long time. If he could gather a large number of players in a single location at the same time, with the said location even being in a neutral map, just the thought of it horrified Shifeng now. The only thing Shifeng could do was improve Zero Wing's power as quickly as possible. He was confident that so long as he developed Zero Wing City properly, be it Heaven's Burial, Beast Emperor, or the Blackwater Corporation, none of them should even dream of shaking Zero Wing's foundations by even the slightest. I understand. I'll have Flying Shadow and the others head over to take a look. Aqua Rose nodded. As for the NPC merchants, I've already compiled a report on their details. I'll send it over to you now. Following which, Aqua Rose disconnected the call and sent the statistics report on the NPC merchants to Shifeng. Why are there so many of them? Shifeng was stunned as he looked through the information Aqua Rose sent to him. During the short amount of time Zero Wing City had been open, over 1,000 NPC merchants had actually come seeking to do business in the city. This number exceeded even that of the NPC merchants Shadow had managed to lure in with its main city. Although the majority of the merchants had low potential and were only 1-star NPC merchants, there were still over 200 2-star NPC merchants seeking to do business in Zero Wing City. With this amount of 2-star NPC merchants, Zero Wing City could already rival the main cities operated by first-rate guilds in the past. These are 3-star NPC merchants. As Shifeng reached the end of the list, he noticed that the symbol representing the NPC merchants had transitioned from 2 stars to 3 stars. How is this possible? Zero Wing City was just constructed recently, yet 3-star NPC merchants are visiting it already? If the guilds in the past were to find out that 3-star NPC merchants visited Zero Wing City almost immediately after the city's opening, they would definitely die of envy. In God's domain, there was a qualitative difference between 2-star and 3-star NPC merchants. Although there was not much of a difference when it came to the kinds of products both types of NPC merchants sold, when it came to potential, a 3-star NPC merchant surpassed their 2-star counterparts by leaps and bounds. An NPC merchant's star ranking determined not only the quality of the items they sold, but also the development speed of the shop purchased by the said NPC merchant. Shops operated by NPC merchants were different from those operated by players. Players had to either complete extremely difficult team quests or obtain the corresponding promotion orders. In contrast, NPC merchants did not have to go through such troublesome procedures. Instead, the promotion of their shops relied entirely on their sales volume. After a shop achieved a certain sales volume, the shop would get promoted automatically. Meanwhile, the higher ranked an NPC merchant was, the greater the sales volume they were able to achieve, allowing them to get their shops promoted much more quickly. When an NPC-operated shop got promoted, it would start selling much more valuable items, which in turn would help attract more players to the city the shop was located in. Meanwhile, on average, the promotion speed of a shop operated by a 3-star NPC merchant was double that of a 2-star NPC merchant. If a city possessed a sufficiently large player population, the promotion speed could even be 2 or 3 times faster. Hence, the various large guilds in the past would do everything they could to attract a 3-star NPC merchant to their cities. In the past, Shifeng had only ever heard of 3-star NPC merchants taking the initiative to visit the main cities operated by super guilds, and never for cities of lower standards. As a result, the large guilds had to compete over the 3-star NPC merchants found in the various major NPC cities or wandering out in the fields. Meanwhile, not just one 3-star NPC merchant was seeking to do business in Zero Wing City right now, but two instead. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng immediately contacted Aqua Rose. Aqua, think of a way to have these two NPC merchants stay in the city. I'll head over immediately. In God's domain, NPC merchants would stay for only a certain period of time when visiting a city. They would not remain in the city permanently unless given a positive response to their request to do business. If he were to let these two 3-star NPC merchants get away now, the next one would be long in coming. After saying so, Shifeng called upon Yulan and had her teleport to Zero Wing City's guild residence with him. Chapter 1557, Empire Changes. Chapter 1557, Empire Changes. Orc Empire, Ancient Rock City. Although Ancient Rock City had once been an abandoned city, the city had recovered to its former glory after the orcs returned to manage it. Towering, 20-meter-high walls surrounded the city. Magic runes also strengthened the walls. Not even players with extremely high agility would be able to climb them. A large number of orcs also patrolled the walls, and a defensive magic array encased the city and its stone barrier. With such tight defenses, not even a fly should think of sneaking into the city. However, over 100,000 elite players had gathered a short distance away from Ancient Rock City. These players stood at attention in orderly formations, ready to move out at a single command. Every one of these players wore Heaven's Burial's guild emblem, and even the lowest among them was level 40. A legion of several thousand players atop warhorses stood near the head of this elite army. Even from afar, one would feel an intense pressure weigh down on them. Aside from Heaven's Burial's members, rows of NPC mercenaries stood among the army's front line. The weakest of these NPCs was level 60, Tier 1, while the strongest were level 70, Tier 2 NPCs. Just what are Heaven's Burial's people trying to do? Do they really think they can get past Ancient Rock City's defenses with so little strength? The various large guilds' upper echelons watching from the sidelines were confused as Heaven's Burial geared up to attack the Orc City. Although the orcs in Ancient Rock City were not particularly high-leveled, with the majority averaging around level 65, and the highest at level 72, players would still have a disadvantage with the level difference. Furthermore, the city's orcs greatly outnumbered Heaven's Burial's forces. Ancient Rock City should be home to over 700,000 orcs at least. Among them, there was no lack of great lords and grand lords. Heaven's Burial's 100,000-strong elite army and 5,000 NPC mercenaries would barely serve as a warm-up for the orcs. Guild Leader Singular, it seems our siege has attracted quite a few flies, Lei Jingyang commented, smiling as he surveyed the spectating large guilds. Over 10 guilds had gathered to watch Heaven's Burial siege Ancient Rock City. Together, these guilds had dispatched over 200,000 players. The combined force already surpassed Heaven's Burial's numbers. If these large guilds ambushed their army at a crucial moment during the siege, they would deal a fatal blow. Isn't this just as we expected? Singular Burial asked, laughing. That's right. Though it's a pity that Zero Wing isn't here. Otherwise we could band together and take the guild out, Lei Jingyang said, sighing. All right, it's almost time to take action. It's about time we teach these guilds who rules over this neutral map, Singular Burial coldly announced after glancing at the system clock. Guild leader, leave it to me. With these sacrifices, we'll have a guarantee of capturing Ancient Rock City, Flame Blood said as he took a black crystal ball from his bag. He then began to chant an incantation. Suddenly, violent roaring filled the surrounding forest. Even the various large guilds watching from outside the forest clearly heard the monsters. Suddenly, ferocious monsters with sharp fangs and claws surged out of the forest and charged for the various guilds' armies. Evil beasts. The upper echelons paled when they saw the monster tide sweep towards them. They were no strangers to evil beasts. After all, they had all watched as evil beasts had assaulted Stone Forest Town twice. During the two sieges, they had learned just how powerful evil beasts were. The evil beasts charging towards them were all level 45 and above. Although they were not as strong as those that had attacked Stone Forest Town, they were powerful nonetheless. Furthermore, 3 level 60 mythic ranked evil earth dragons led the evil beast army. Crap. Everyone, use your return scrolls. The various guilds' upper echelons gave the command to retreat the moment they saw the evil beasts. However, when they tried using their return scrolls, they found them ineffective. In the end, they could only watch as the evil beasts stormed closer. Damn it. We've been tricked. Everyone, get ready to fight and pull back. How dare Heaven's Burial do this? Aren't they afraid that our guilds will band together to exact our revenge? Only now did the various large guilds realize that this had been a trap, but all they could do was give the command to retreat from the battlefield. If they fought the evil beasts, they would only suffer even greater losses. Although these guilds had a total of 200,000 members with them, the evil beast army, which was not suppressed by any magic arrays, had an overwhelming advantage even as the various large guilds bombarded the evil beast army with large-scale destruction spells. All they accomplished was clearing out the elite and special elite ranked evil beasts. The chieftain rank and above evil beasts took barely any damage. In contrast, the evil beasts wiped out these players. The Grand Lord ranked evil beasts easily massacred groups of players as they moved through their enemies' lines. Even when top-tier experts tried to pin these Grand Lords down, their efforts accomplished very little. As for the mythic-ranked evil earth dragons, they were no different than walking disasters. A single hit could take the lives of hundreds of players. When the 3 evil earth dragons working together, they were practically unstoppable as they mowed through the player armies. In the end, these guilds' upper echelons could only watch as their guild members were exterminated. Heaven's Burial. Our guilds will not let you get away with this. The upper echelons realized that there was no escape. They glared and shouted at Singular Burial's group, "Let us get away with this?" Singular Burial could not help but laugh. It seems like you still don't understand your situation. Haven't you realized that the moment you arrived here, you became a stepping stone for Heaven's Burial? From now on, the Orc Empire will become Heaven's Burial's domain. Whatever we say goes. Previously, they hadn't dared to massacre players openly because they had been afraid of the various large guilds targeting them. However, they had since solidified their foundations. With over 200,000 elite players as sacrifices, they could grow their evil beast army to new heights. Once Ancient Rock City became Heaven's Burial's base of operations, not even God's Domain's superpowers would be a threat to their guild. As the large guild's members continued to die, Flame Blood used the dead players to create evil beasts and demons. Moreover, as the evil beasts killed the enemy players, their levels rapidly rose. By the time the various large guilds were annihilated, 5 more Grand Lord ranked evil beasts had evolved into mythic ranked evil earth dragons. The army had also doubled its number of Grand Lords on the battlefield. Amazing. As expected of the large guild's elite players. With these evil beasts, we'll have no problems taking down Ancient Rock City. Flame Blood laughed madly as he gazed at the army under his command. Without a moment to rest, Flame Blood commanded his evil beast army to charge for Ancient Rock City. At the same time, the 8 evil earth dragons roared as they launched 8 Tier 4 spells at the city's defensive magic array. When the spells collided with the barrier shook violently. It was clear that the attacks had depleted a significant portion of the magic barrier's energy. Meanwhile, back in Starmoon Kingdom, Shifeng and Yulan arrived in Zero Wing City's guild residence. So, this is the rumored Zero Wing City? As Yulan observed the city below her from the guild hall's roof, the scenery captivated her. Not only was Zero Wing City's environment impressive, but a vitality that couldn't be found in any town filled the streets. She spotted plenty of high-level NPCs wandering about the city. There were even plenty of wandering merchants hawking their wares from the sidewalks. Horse carriages, which towns lacked, drove down the streets as they worked. There was barely any difference between Zero Wing City and an NPC city. If she really had to point out a difference, though, it would definitely be Zero Wing City's mana density. Despite the lack of magic towers inside the city, the mana density here was only slightly weaker than in Stone Forest Town. When considering how spacious Zero Wing City was, Yulan's eyes could not help but light up as she imagined the difference several magic towers would make. With Zero Wing's incredible potential, it was no wonder why Shifeng even dared to provoke the Blackwater Corporation. However, Yulan was curious about why Shifeng had led her here. Let's visit the City Lord's mansion. Chapter 1558. 3-star merchant. The City Lord's mansion in Zero Wing City was located in the heart of the city. Though the building resembled more of a mountain, rather than a mansion. Tall walls surrounded the mansion. The structure was also further protected by a powerful magic array, which only allowed entry through the front entrance. Level 50. Tier 2 NPC guards were stationed at the City Lord's mansion's entrance. The mansion's magic array also reinforced these NPC guards' strength. At this stage of the game, it wouldn't matter how many players tried to break into the City Lord's mansion. These NPC guards would slaughter every one of them without fail. When Shifeng and Yulan reached the City Lord's mansion's first-floor hall, they were greeted by the sight of hundreds of loitering NPC merchants. Yulan was stunned by the scene. Although she did not have a very clear understanding of NPC merchants, she knew that these NPCs were similar to wandering merchants who visited guild towns. Only these NPC merchants were more stable, and wouldn't abruptly appear one day and disappear the next. They allowed players to obtain a steady supply of rare items. Normally, a town was considered impressive if 20 or 30 wandering merchants visited it at a single time. Meanwhile, the important town's underworld developed only had around 40 wandering merchants present in them at any one time. Yet Zero Wing City had hundreds of these NPCs. However, what Yulan did not know was that the NPC merchants present were only a small portion of those who had come to discuss business with Zero Wing City. Before this, Aqua Rose had rejected all 1-star NPC merchants and sent them on their way. Now the merchants in the City Lord's mansion were only 2 and 3-star NPC merchants. Guild leader, you're finally here. Aqua Rose could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Shifeng enter the hall. If you came any later, the 2 3-star NPC merchants would have left already. What are their conditions to conduct business in the city? Shifeng asked. Every NPC merchant planning to do business in a guild city had their own conditions. They would not set up their businesses in the city for nothing. Whether a guild could keep these NPC merchants or not would depend on a guild's capabilities to fulfill these NPCs' demands. One of them wants full tax exemption, and their shop to be located on the same street as the City Lord's mansion. The other one has requested a large warehouse. This NPC has also asked for his shop to be located on the same street as the City Lord's mansion. Aqua Rose reported their asking price sure is ruthless. Shifeng could not help his frown. The City Lord's mansion was in the heart of the city. The amount of land available in the area was extremely limited. Meanwhile, NPC merchants' shops took up a lot of space, and the land sold to these merchants couldn't be reclaimed. This meant that he would have to give away 2 valuable plots of land for free, permanently. As for taxes, they were an important source of income for the city. NPC merchants needed to pay these fees to the guild every month, and the amount was based on the shop's rank. It was simply absurd to ask for full tax exemption. There was even less need to mention the warehouse. Constructing a small warehouse would already cost 3,000 gold. A large warehouse would cost at least 10,000 gold. However, the cost of construction was not the main issue. The crucial point was the amount of land the warehouse would take up. Moreover, the warehouse couldn't be constructed too far from the shop, which meant that the warehouse would also have to occupy the same area as the City Lord's mansion. He had to admit that the 2 3-star NPC merchants' asking prices were fraudulent. Is there no room for negotiation? Shifeng asked. In God's domain, NPCs with higher statuses would have higher intellects. Fortunately, it wasn't entirely impossible to convince NPC merchants to change their conditions. IVE tried talking to them multiple times, but both NPCs are dead set on their requirements. Aqua Rose felt helpless about this situation. She had tried her best to negotiate for better conditions, but the NPC merchants were quite determined and had remained unfazed. Suddenly, Yulan asked, "Can you let me give it a try?" Aqua Rose glanced at the cloaked woman beside Shifeng. The woman had felt familiar, and upon closer inspection, she recognized Yulan. Curiously, she asked, Aren't you the manager for Underworld's trading firms? Why are you here? As far as she could remember, Yulan had always been a very capable woman. Not only had she managed Overwhelming Smiles trading firm until it nearly rivaled the Candlelight trading firm, but she also wielded considerable combat power. I invited her here. Yulan is now a member of our guild. Shifeng explained. The corners of Aqua Rose's mouth twitched slightly as she turned to Shifeng with an incredulous gaze. Yulan had been close to becoming one of Underworld's upper echelons. Underworld, which was an extraordinary organization that had more strength and growth potential than most first-rate guilds. The organization also had ample funding. As long as the organization nurtured enough experts, it could definitely rival super first-rate guilds in the future. Yet, rather than remain as an upper echelon in a future super first-rate guild, Yulan had actually joined Zero Wing, which was currently besieged by numerous powerful enemies. Aqua Rose had no idea what method Shifeng had used to lure Yulan to Zero Wing, following which Shifeng approved Yulan's suggestion. Alright, I'll leave this matter to you. In any case, there was no harm in trying. Currently, Zero Wing City's background was minimal. Attracting 2 3-star NPC merchants had been enough of a surprise already. It was only natural that these NPC merchants would have significant demands. I'll try my best. Yulan nodded. She then turned to Aqua Rose and asked, "May I borrow the information you have on Zero Wing City?" This? Aqua Rose hesitated at Yulan's request. Zero Wing City's information was top secret in the guild. Others shouldn't so easily be given access. It's fine. Let her see it. In any case, she is already a core member of the guild. Also, this information can't be kept a secret forever. Shifeng said. Now that Zero Wing City was complete, it was only a matter of time before information leaked to the public. It wouldn't really matter if Yulan knew the city's details, since Shifeng had agreed. Aqua Rose then sent Yulan the information she had on Zero Wing City. After reading the information for some time, Yulan closed the display, took a deep breath, and entered the reception room where the 2 3-star NPC merchants sat to negotiate. Meanwhile, Shifeng began to select the 2-star NPC merchants that the city needed. NPC merchants sold a large variety of items, and some NPCs were bound to sell similar items. In that case, he had to choose the NPC merchant with the lower conditions and disregard the NPC merchants with higher conditions that sold the same items. After all, Zero Wing City had limited space. A large amount of land was still needed to build other advanced constructions. He could not waste too much land on these NPC merchants. After 10 minutes of reading through the list, Shifeng selected 63 2-star NPC merchants. Not only did these NPC merchants sell unique items with very few similarities, but their demands were also fairly reasonable. They were also willing to set their shops up in various parts of the city, which helped to alleviate the issue of too many crowds in a single area. After Shifeng and Aqua Rose decided the shop locations for every 2-star NPC merchant, Yulan emerged from the reception room. Guild leader, here are the 2 NPC's conditions, Yulan said. She then handed Shifeng 2 contracts. What? They actually. When Aqua Rose saw the new conditions on the contracts, she was astonished. She could not believe that the 2 stubborn NPCs, who had refused to budge no matter how she had tried to persuade them, had actually given in. Moreover, their conditions had loosened quite a bit. Although their demands regarding the location of their shops hadn't changed, the NPC that had demanded full tax exemption now only wanted a 50% tax break, whereas the NPC that originally wanted a large warehouse had now settled for a small warehouse. I've tried to convince them to lower their conditions as much as possible. But both of these merchants think that Zero Wing City lacks a competitive edge, so they refuse to relent fully. Yulan said in embarrassment. Yulan, do you have the merchant subclass? Aqua Rose suddenly realized a possibility. If Yulan were a merchant, she might have the ability to obtain these results. In that case, though, Yulan would have to be a relatively high-ranked merchant, as the 1-star merchant players she had asked for help previously had failed. I just got promoted to a 3-star merchant. Yulan nodded. A 3-star merchant? Yulan's reply astounded Aqua Rose. Now, she was even more confused as to how Shifeng had roped Yulan into Zero Wing. Even the strongest merchant in Zero Wing was still some ways away from becoming a 2-star merchant. Only super guilds likely had 2-star merchants at this stage of the game. Meanwhile, the higher a merchant player's star rank was, the stronger their negotiation ability would be with NPCs. With a high-rank merchant player, a guild could reduce prices when paying the system management fees for shops. Whether it was the development of a guild or a trading firm, a high-rank merchant would be a powerful asset guild leader. You really are amazing. You actually poached a 3-star merchant from Underworld. If Underworld finds out about this, they would definitely fight us for her. Aqua Rose whispered to Sherphone, but what Aqua Rose didn't know was that Underworld wouldn't be the only ones looking for trouble. Even the Blackwater Corporation, which currently backed Underworld, would be enraged just as Sherphone was about to sign the contract for the 2 3-star NPC merchants. The sound of a system announcement reached his ears. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Heaven's Burial for successfully capturing the Orc Empire's ancient rock city, rewarding 50,000 guild popularity, 100,000 guild honor points, and 150 guild influence in Starmoon Kingdom. Chapter 1559. 4 Towers of Elements Arise. Chapter 1559. 4 Towers of Elements Arise. Ancient Rock City has been captured. How is that possible? Aqua Rose was dazed when she saw the system announcement. Hundreds of thousands of orcs defended the Orc Empire's cities. Each city was also protected by a powerful, defensive magic array. It would take a lot of time and manpower just to break through the array, however. This wasn't what surprised her most. After all, God's domain had many powerful tools. What shocked her most was the timing. Less than 2 hours had passed since she had received the report about Heaven's Burial's assault on Ancient Rock City. With how many orcs Ancient Rock City housed, it was impossible for an army of 100,000 elite players to clear the city in just 2 hours. There were also various large guilds watching from the sidelines and waiting for an opportunity to strike immediately. Aqua Rose began to contact her subordinates and had them look into the situation in Ancient Rock City. Capturing one of the Orc Empire's cities was no trivial matter nowadays. Many players from the neighboring kingdoms and empires gathered in the Orc Empire to grind and level. Unlike the 3 towns in the Orc Empire that had been captured thus far, Ancient Rock City was located in the Empire's inner region, rather than the outer area. If players wanted to earn contribution points, it was much easier to do so in the inner region due to the stronger monsters. Now that Ancient Rock City had been captured, a large number of players would swarm to the city, using it as a rest area. The money and resources one could make with the city would be frightening. With so much income in Heaven's Burial's background, the guild would develop rapidly. While Aqua Rose investigated the situation, Starmoon Kingdom's forums were in an uproar. Heaven's Burial trapped and killed over 200,000 guild elite players. The various large guilds declare their intent to wipe Heaven's Burial from the face of God's domain. Heaven's Burial controlled an evil beast army to siege Ancient Rock City. As these posts published on the forums, they quickly received a lot of attention and made it to the top of the list. What? Even something like this is possible. Crap! This is cheating. Heaven's Burial can actually control so many evil beasts. Who could possibly be a match for the guild now? It is impressive, but at the end of the day, evil beasts stand against the human race. If NPCs discover these evil beasts, they will mobilize to wipe them out. Moreover, the evil beast army Heaven's Burial controls has suffered significant damages. Didn't you guys see that over 80% of the evil beast army was wiped out in this battle? However, Heaven's Burial now controls Ancient Rock City and a town in the Orc Empire. Even without the threat of the evil beast army, which guild could possibly be a match for Heaven's Burial? I'm afraid that it won't be long before Heaven's Burial becomes the #1 guild in the several neighboring kingdoms. I wonder if Heaven's Burial is recruiting? For a time, various conversations about Heaven's Burial filled Starmoon Kingdom's forums. Nobody could have imagined that Heaven's Burial, a guild which Zero Wing constantly suppressed, would rise as a dark horse now that the Orc Empire effectively belonged to Heaven's Burial. Everyone believed that it wouldn't be long before the guild stole the position of Starmoon Kingdom's overlord. As for the various large guilds working together to take Heaven's Burial down, everyone thought it was nothing more than a joke. Now that Heaven's Burial had captured ancient Rock City, even without the evil beasts, the guild could turn the city into an iron fortress during its protection period. Establishing an unshakable foundation in the Orc Empire, there were no teleportation arrays in the Orc Empire. Players had to rely on their own 2 feet to get there. If the various large guilds engaged in a war of attrition against Heaven's Burial inside the Empire, they'd be at an overwhelming disadvantage. After all, Heaven's Burial's members could resurrect in ancient Rock City. At the same time, they could teleport to the city with guild transfer scrolls, providing swift reinforcements. The various large guilds could not afford to go to war with Heaven's Burial for some time. Meanwhile, inside ancient Rock City, Heaven's Burial's members had already begun to reconstruct the city. They were prepared to turn the city into Heaven's Burial's main headquarters. Wonderful. This is just wonderful. It won't be long before we can open ancient Rock City to the public. Guild Leader Singular, you and your guild have done magnificently. With this city as our base, we won't have to worry about a lack of funds or resources when developing elsewhere. We might even attract a few more major corporations to work with us, Lei Jingyang said. He could not help but laugh as he watched over ancient Rock City from the city walls. Our success is all thanks to you, young Master Lei. If not for your Tier 4 domain scroll, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the Guardian boss so smoothly. Had we been any slower in the fight, the evil beast army might have been annihilated. Singular Burial sighed ruefully. Although he had been confident about capturing ancient Rock City, now that the city was actually in his hands, he felt as if he were dreaming. The orcs defending ancient Rock City weren't like those in the fields. The city's magic array had buffed these defending orcs, and although they had a large number of evil beasts and evil demons, they had only held back the orcs temporarily, failing to annihilate them completely. While most of the orcs in the city had been distracted, they had used the 8 mythic-ranked evil earth dragons and mercenary NPCs to open a path towards the city's guardian boss. Only after using a Tier 4 domain scroll had they managed to kill the level 72 orc general in the end. They had sacrificed 6 evil earth dragons, over 80% of the evil beast and evil demon army, and over 40,000 elite players to capture ancient Rock City. Although the sacrifices had been great, they were insignificant compared to the potential profits they could gain through ancient Rock City. Guild Leader Singular, now that we've captured ancient Rock City, we'll have to expand the guild. Are you really planning to go along with the original plan to deal with Starmoon Kingdom's Zero Wing? Lei Jingyang asked curiously. Now that Heaven's Burial could use ancient Rock City as its foundation, truthfully, it was a huge waste of time to focus the guild's development in Starmoon Kingdom. In Lei Jingyang's opinion, the correct decision would be to focus the guild's development in the 2 neighboring empires. After all, the empires had far more players and resources compared to Starmoon Kingdom. Of course, it is about time we show Starmoon Kingdom who its true overlord is. Singular Burial snapped, a cold glint flashing in his eyes when he heard the name Zero Wing. Heaven's Burial had been forced to abandon its development in Starmoon Kingdom precisely because of Zero Wing. As a result, Heaven's Burial had become a laughingstock in the public eye and had been forced to shift its focus to neutral maps. Now that Heaven's Burial had ancient Rock City as assurance, it had to recover its previous glory. Moreover, Singular Burial still held a grudge against Shifeng for killing him with a single attack back in the Frozen Scar. How could he possibly shift his guild's development to other kingdoms and empires before getting his revenge? Meanwhile, back in Starmoon Kingdom's Zero Wing City. Guild Leader, this is bad. Aqua Rose frowned slightly when she read the latest situation report from her subordinates. Now that Heaven's Burial has secured a gold mine like ancient Rock City, although they still lack the military prowess to do anything to us, they have begun to intervene in Starmoon Kingdom's market. Not only have they lowered prices of the items they sold in the kingdom by 20%, but they've also placed a bounty on our entire guild. They'll pay 20 silver for each normal member killed, 1 gold for elite members, 10 gold for core members, 1,000 gold for the guild's upper echelons, and 20,000 gold for you, Guild Leader. They're clearly trying to defeat us using money. Defeat us using money? Shifeng could not help his smile when he heard Aqua Rose's report. This is interesting. Guild leader, you're still in the mood to smile. So far, many players on the forums have expressed interest in the bounty and have begun to plot against us. Aqua Rose said, flabbergasted by Shifeng's light-hearted response. How's the Four Towers of Elements construction going? Shifeng asked as he stopped messing with Aqua Rose. The base structures have been completed. However, we can't do anything about the core sections. Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. That's fast. Only the cores are left? Shifeng was a little surprised. He had never expected to complete the tower's construction so quickly. Alright then. Let's head over to the towers. He had waited for this moment for a long time now. In the past, he had only ever visited guild cities that possessed the Four Towers of Elements. He had never thought that he would get to construct the towers personally in this life. Chapter 1560. Competition of Wealth. Chapter 1560. Competition of Wealth. Take a look at the Four Towers of Elements. Aqua Rose gave Shifeng a confused look. Although Heaven's Burial had just placed a bounty on Zero Wing and wouldn't be able to affect the guild's development for some time, the consequences would be incredibly severe if they didn't prepare properly. In the best-case scenario, the enemy would only weaken the guild slightly. In the worst-case scenario, the guild would crumble. Players' main goal in joining a guild was to level quickly and obtain better equipment. Nobody wanted to become prey, spending all of their time avoiding other players. However, Aqua Rose had no choice but to follow Shifeng's orders and trail behind him towards the Four Towers of Elements. Meanwhile, Star Moon Kingdom's official forums were in an uproar. Sure enough, Heaven's Burial really took action. What a generous bounty! Heaven's Burial is actually paying 20 silver for each normal member. I don't even earn that much in a single day. I know, right? Although it won't be easy to kill Zero Wing's core members, it's a different story for the guild's normal and elite members. If I can take advantage of this opportunity, I might earn enough money to get myself a mount. Forming a hunting party. Whoever's interested in making some money, contact me quickly. It seems that Heaven's Burial is serious this time. I wonder which guild will rule over Star Moon Kingdom in the end? It is definitely going to be Heaven's Burial. Didn't you see Heaven's Burial's background? Now that it has a treasured land like Ancient Rock City, it won't have any lack of funds. As expected of the guild that took down an orc city, Zero Wing is doomed. Even if Heaven's Burial does not directly attack, it can easily whittle Zero Wing down until it crumbles. Everyone engaged in heated discussions about the bounty Heaven's Burial placed on Zero Wing's head. The bounty tempted many powerful players. Meanwhile, the kingdom's dark players immediately set their sights on Zero Wing. Not only could they secure better equipment by killing Zero Wing's members, but they'd also earn a significant income by doing so. Moreover, with so many players targeting Zero Wing's members, the guild couldn't direct its anger at a specific group. Hence, they could kill Zero Wing's members without worry. Meanwhile, in the Star Alliance's guild residence in White River City, Heaven's Burial has sure moved quickly. Guild leader. I wonder how Zero Wing will respond to this. With Ancient Rock City's income, Heaven's Burial can definitely overwhelm Zero Wing in a battle of attrition. Purple Eye said as she read the latest report she had received. The method Heaven's Burial employed was one of the most troublesome tactics the various large guilds had to deal with. It was also the method that the various large guilds avoided. Using such a method would require a massive expenditure. Regardless of whether one won or lost the war, they'd still incur massive losses. However, Heaven's Burial did not have to worry about such a problem now. Once Ancient Rock City opened to the public, Heaven's Burial would rake in an astronomical number of coins each day. It wouldn't worry about not outlasting Zero Wing. That's right. Had Zero Wing agreed to the secret pavilion's acquisition, it would have likely avoided such a perilous situation. Galaxy Pass said, lamenting since the Star Alliance was now one of the secret pavilion's subordinate guilds. As the guild leader, Galaxy Pass had learned many of the secret pavilion's internal dealings. The secret pavilion's offer to Zero Wing even tempted Galaxy Pass, yet Zero Wing had rejected the offer without hesitation. Had Zero Wing accepted the secret pavilion's offer, Heaven's Burial wouldn't have dared to pull such a stunt. With the pavilion's support, Heaven's Burial would likely burn out long before Zero Wing. Meanwhile, when Singular Burial read the message he had just received in Ancient Rock City, he sneered. Daybreak did a magnificent job. I can't wait to see how Zero Wing intends to survive in Starmoon Kingdom. Singular Burial was delighted as he read the report Daybreak Fog had sent him. When Zero Wing had declared that Stone Forest Town would no longer allow entry to merchant players and adventurer teams that visited Red Iron Town, it had caused Heaven's Burial tremendous losses. Now he would ensure that Zero Wing would experience the same feeling. Guild leader Singular, you are ruthless. Zero Wing will definitely lose its position as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. In the end, it might be forced to leave Starmoon Kingdom entirely, Lei Jingyang said. Laughing. Zero Wing only has itself to blame for making an enemy of Heaven's Burial. Singular Burial growled. It won't be long before I can eliminate Zero Wing from Starmoon Kingdom entirely. Although it was very costly to place a bounty on every player in Zero Wing, it would be devastating to the guild if Zero Wing's members had to deal with constant ambushes out in the fields. It would only be a matter of time before they withdrew from the guild. After all, repeated deaths would impede their progress in God's domain. Similarly, no one would be willing to join the guild in fear of becoming a target. Not only would Zero Wing's development stagnate, but it would also have to spend a significant amount of its funding to compensate its guild members' losses. With a constant drain on Zero Wing's numbers and funds, Zero Wing would either crumble or be forced out of Starmoon Kingdom, even if Heaven's Burial didn't take any direct action. While the various large guilds wondered about how Zero Wing intended to pull itself out of this mess, Shifeng arrived before one of the 4 Towers of Elements. The 4 Towers of Elements occupied the city's 4 corners. Each tower was 100 meters tall, looming like giants as they protected Zero Wing City Guild leader. A report just came in. Players have begun to ambush many of our members. Based on our initial estimates, we've already suffered over 4,000 casualties. Aqua Rose frowned as she looked at the report. A subordinate had sent the guild would have to pay a lot of coins as compensation with so many casualties. If this situation continued for a long time, not even the profits they earned from the candlelight trading firm would be enough to compensate the guild members. Moreover, this was still not the most crucial issue. The guild's prestige was their bigger concern. There sure are a lot of players prioritizing money over their own lives. Even Shifeng was a little astonished. Zero Wing's recruitment standards were very high. Unless there was an overwhelming difference between the two sides' combat power, players would have a very difficult time killing Zero Wing members, and would doubtlessly sustain serious damage. And yet after such a short time since Heaven's Burial announced its bounty, Zero Wing had lost over 4,000 lives. This situation somewhat exceeded Shifeng's expectations. Guild leader, what should we do? Aqua Rose asked. Since Heaven's Burial wants to play, then we'll play, Shifeng said, chuckling. First, have our guild members move in teams from now on. Anyone who refuses will not receive any compensation should they die. Also, announce to the public that anyone who dares to kill Zero Wing's members will be permanently blacklisted and barred from all of Zero Wing's towns and cities. In addition, place a bounty on every player in Heaven's Burial. Not only will this bounty be effective in Starmoon Kingdom, but it will also be effective in the Orc Empire. When the two women heard Shifeng's decision, Aqua Rose and Yulan fell silent. Shifeng basically wanted to compete with Heaven's Burial with wealth. Not only would their guild suffer tremendous losses by doing so, but if they handled this badly, they could even self-destruct. Guild leader, with our guild's current funds, I'm afraid that Aqua Rose could not help but try to dissuade Shifeng to construct Zero Wing City, develop the branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire, and supply their guild members with mounts. They spent a massive amount of money each day. Adding yet another significant expenditure would only hamper the guild's development. Don't worry about our funds. You can only reap the benefits once you've paid the price. In 3 hours, we'll open Zero Wing City to the public. Go and make the announcement, Shifeng ordered with a shrug. He then walked towards the tower before him. This. Aqua Rose felt a headache brew when she heard Shifeng's commands. Zero Wing City still lacked much of its infrastructure. To put it simply, The city had very little to attract players right now. Moreover, inviting players into the city now would complicate construction in Zero Wing City. As far as she was concerned, opening the city to the public now wasn't wise unfortunately. Since Shifeng had made his decision, she had no choice but to follow his orders immediately. Aqua Rose made the necessary arrangements and posted Shifeng's declaration on the official forums in Zero Wing's name. Chapter 1561, Mana Rain. Chapter 1561 Mana Rain. After Aqua Rose quoted Shifeng on Star Moon Kingdom's forums, the players had originally focused on Heaven's Burial's declaration, shifted their attention to her post. The title of the post was eye-catching. If you want a fight, we'll give you a fight. This is insane. Zero Wing must have lost its mind. Is this for real? Zero Wing actually dares to pull something like this? Isn't Zero Wing afraid of Heaven's Burial whittling them down to nothing? Amazing. As expected of Zero Wing. Zero Wing is just trying to save its reputation by doing something like this. Even if Zero Wing blacklists the players that target its members, what can it do if those people use black cloaks? That's right. This also gives us more opportunities to earn money. The bounties on both sides are the same. Heaven's Burial also has more members than Zero Wing, and they're weaker. If you really want to earn money, killing Heaven's Burial's members is the way to go. Zero Wing's response to Heaven's Burial's provocations shocked the players on the forums. They were also delighted. After all, they just gained another source of income. Now they could target more than just Zero Wing's members. They could even head to the Orc Empire to level up and earn for contribution points while grinding for Heaven's Burial members. When the various major powers saw Zero Wing's reply, they laughed at Zero Wing's foolishness. Of all the things Zero Wing could have chosen to compete with Heaven's Burial in, the guild had chosen wealth. Zero Wing was overestimating itself and seeking self-destruction. Just what is Zero Wing trying to do? Is it really intent on duking it out with Heaven's Burial? Galaxy Past felt confused when he saw this message. In his opinion, Zero Wing should still have methods of dealing with Heaven's Burial's bounty. Although the result wouldn't change regardless of what Zero Wing did, they could buy some time, using it as an opportunity to look for other methods, such as seeking collaborators. Although Zero Wing's situation was perilous, with the guild's current foundations, there should be plenty of major corporations and superpowers willing to acquire the guild. After all, Zero Wing's Stone Forest Town still held the battle arena and advanced auction house, which could rake in plenty of resources for a considerable time. The guild still had great potential for growth. Moreover, Zero Wing and Phoenix Rain, who now had control over a portion of Thunder Island, were connected. When Singular Burial received news of Zero Wing's declaration, his expression darkened. Guild leader Singular, it seems that Zero Wing is aiming for mutual destruction. Do you need my Thunder Legion to pay Zero Wing a visit? Lei Jingyang said, smiling when he read Aqua Rose's forum post. He had commanded the Thunder Legion, a collection of experts, for many years. The Legion was particularly fond of ambushes and assassinations in the field. Ordinary players might not be able to deal with Zero Wing's 100-man teams, but they would be child's play to the Thunder Legion. No need. Since Zero Wing dares to make such a move, I want to see how long they can last against. Singular Burial said, sneering. If Zero Wing had turtled, he might have needed Lei Jingyang's help. Although Zero Wing's bounty on Heaven's Burial would cause him a lot of trouble, he'd also be able to remove Zero Wing from Star Moon Kingdom much sooner than he had hoped. He also refused to believe that Zero Wing's financial strength could surpass his. At this moment, a slightly chubby, middle-aged man approached Singular Burial and reported, Guild leader, the city's basic infrastructure has been repaired. The NPC guards we hired have arrived as well. We can open Ancient Rock City to the public at any time now. Many adventurer teams and merchant players have requested to garrison and set up stalls in the city. Good. Open the city to the public. Let the players waiting outside the city come in. Singular Burial commanded hurriedly. He was joyful when he heard that they finished the city's infrastructure. Gather the adventurer teams and merchant players, and I'll go meet them. The so-called basic infrastructure referred to smithies and hotels. These buildings provided essential services to the adventurer teams grinding in the Orc Empire. With these businesses, Heaven's Burial could collect a lot of repair fees and accommodation fees. Moreover, his people were constantly perfecting ancient Rock City. In the future, Heaven's Burial could sell various consumable items as well, earning a fortune. The Orc Empire was a neutral map. Players had great difficulty traveling to and from the Empire. If players wished to stay in the Empire for long periods, basic consumable items were a must. As long as Heaven's Burial sold these consumable items, a large number of players would come to purchase them. They wouldn't have to worry about a lack of customers. Zero Wing's Stone Forest Town simply couldn't compare to the wealth Heaven's Burial could collect from Ancient Rock City. Understood. I'll have them gather in Ancient Rock City immediately. The middle-aged man then turned and left to notify the various adventurer teams and merchant players. When Ancient Rock City opened to the public, news of this spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of the neighboring kingdoms and empires in a matter of minutes. The Orc Empire had only had 3 guild towns in the past. Moreover, all 3 had been in the Orc Empire's outer region, making it troublesome to grind for contribution points. Players had still needed to travel to the Empire's inner region, due to the low number of monsters in the outer area. As a result, many players dismissed the idea of traveling to the Orc Empire entirely. However, now that a guild city occupied the Empire's inner region, not only would players save on travel time, but they could also accept quests more easily. After all, cities offered far more quests than towns. Moreover, the rewards of these quests were more abundant. Meanwhile, in the distant Zero Wing City, Aqua Rose frowned as she read through the reports her subordinates had sent. Ancient Rock City's popularity had far exceeded her expectations. Based on the latest reports, over 2 million players were moving into the Orc Empire. Needless to say, these players would visit Ancient Rock City when they needed to recuperate. Many more players from the neighboring countries were also preparing for their trip to the Orc Empire. With so many players, one could just imagine the wealth Ancient Rock City would generate. As Aqua Rose racked her brain for a solution, she felt the space around her suddenly tremble. Moreover, these tremors steadily intensified. It felt as if the space around her would shatter at any moment. This is. Aqua Rose lifted her head to look towards the 4 towers of elements. The 4 towers seemed to be the epicenters of these tremors. Suddenly, a 4-fold magic array appeared above each of the 4 towers of elements, radiating an aura so powerful that even an expert like Aqua Rose couldn't help but shudder in fear. A short moment later, a link formed between the 4 fourfold magic arrays hovering above Zero Wing City's 4 corners. A towering pillar of light then emerged from each of the arrays, rising endlessly into the sky. These 4 light pillars represented the 4 main elements: earth, water, wind, and fire. As the light pillars rose, a frightening amount of mana began to gather above Zero Wing City. The pillars gathered mana from tens of thousands of yards around the city, and very quickly, the mana around the city became so dense that it transformed into a white mist. As the mist gathered above the city, it began to condense into droplets and rain down, washing Zero Wing City in liquid mana. Everyone in Zero Wing City was dumbfounded. None of them had ever felt such dense mana before. Their minds were clearer than ever. However, this mana rain did not last long. The sky above the city soon returned to its normal state, and the mana density in the city began to decrease. Even after the city's mana density stabilized, Zero Wing City's mana was far denser than in Stone Forest Town. At the very least, Zero Wing City's mana density was 30% higher than in the Guild Town. Chapter 1562. The Power of the 4 Towers of Elements. Chapter 1562. The Power of the 4 Towers of Elements. What's going on with the city's mana? When the players in Zero Wing City felt the change in the mana density around them, they felt an indescribably pleasant sensation. However, this pleasant sensation didn't originate from bathing in high amounts of mana, but from a power that nourished their souls. While everyone lost themselves in the sensation, a few guild members noticed a change to their experience bars. The double EXP buff indicator, which usually only appeared after they rested in a private room, had actually popped up near their experience bars. This can't be real, right? We can actually accumulate the double EXP buff just by staying in the city? That's not all. My stamina and concentration recovery rates are as high as when I recover in a hotel. Very quickly, more players inside the city discovered the peculiarities from bathing in the city's mana. So, this is the power of the 4 towers of elements? Aqua Rose could not help but grow ecstatic as she stared at one of the 4 towers of elements erected before her. She had been curious about Shifeng focusing on an advanced construction like the 4 towers of elements rather than setting up the city's basic infrastructure. He had even decided to open Zero Wing City to the public soon. Now she finally understood his decisions. Although Zero Wing City still lacked many basic features a city ought to have, this special mana density was enough to secure Zero Wing's position in Starmoon Kingdom. No guild town could ever rival Zero Wing City with its advantages, whether it was in terms of guild development or the ability to attract players. Not only would Zero Wing City's incredibly high mana density be helpful to combat players, but it would also benefit lifestyle players. The city's mana also allowed players to accumulate the double EXP buff and improve their stamina and concentration recovery rates. These benefits might not attract players seeking to adventure in the Orc Empire, but to players who wanted to develop in Starmoon Kingdom, Zero Wing City would be a holy land. Moreover, it was considerably easy for players to travel to Zero Wing City. Zero Wing had already garrisoned in Evernight City, and they could open a teleportation channel between Evernight City and Zero Wing City at any time. Aqua, make a trip to Evernight City and set up the teleportation array linking Zero Wing City and Evernight City. Once you're done, announce the link to the public. Shifeng, who had just emerged from the tower after drawing the final magic array, ordered. All right, I'll head out immediately. Aqua Rose nodded, clearly excited. She then took out a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. Meanwhile, Yulan, who stood beside Aqua Rose, was still immersed in the city's ambient mana, unable to calm her pounding heart. Is this Zero Wing's true power? Yulan could not help but raise her head and look at Shifeng. Indescribable shock filling her heart. She had to admit that Zero Wing was truly awe-inspiring. She finally understood why Shifeng didn't fear the Blackwater Corporation. In response to the surprised expression on Yulan's face, Shifeng merely chuckled. After all, this was only the beginning. Next, we'll need to build even more hotels and mana towers. Shifeng smiled at Zero Wing City's numerous empty plots of land. In reality, the 4 towers of elements effects weren't as simple as everyone assumed. It was an advanced construction that required 7 luminaries crystals. After all, not only would players enjoy double the recovery rates when resting in hotels under the tower's influence, but the double EXP buff's accumulation rate would also double. With this, Zero Wing City's normal hotels were even more effective than 1-star private rooms in guild residences. Naturally, this improved the effect of guild residences' private rooms in Zero Wing City. As well, this perk would make it far easier for players who strove to level up. Although players could only accumulate up to 1 level of the double EXP buff, that was extremely valuable. Just being able to accumulate the double EXP buff while resting was amazing. This was especially true for independent players, but this was only the tip of the iceberg. The 4 towers of elements' truly impressive aspect was their ability to increase the distance of teleportation. Although the teleportation distance to and from a city was determined on the city's scale and mana density, the tower's minimum teleportation range was 3 million yards. At such a distance, one could easily cross 3 or more leveling maps. It covered even more distance than the 7 luminaries' ring space movement. The only downside was its significant cost. Teleporting every player required a significant amount of mana, the supply of which had to be in the form of magic crystals. The 4 towers of elements cost was nearly as much as a teleportation magic arrays. However, unlike the 4 towers of elements, the latter allowed players to teleport across extremely large distances. Even so, the various large guilds in the past had tried everything they could to obtain this function naturally. This function made it extremely convenient to travel to nearby leveling maps. As long as a map was within the tower's teleportation range, players could teleport after registering the proper coordinates, saving countless hours of travel time. Not only would players be able to level up far more quickly, But they could also explore further locations without hampering their development according to Shifeng's estimates. The 4 Towers of Elements should be able to teleport players up to 4 million yards away with Zero Wing City's current standards. This meant that players could travel even further away than Bewildering Forest Town in an instant. Players could teleport to the border between Starmoon Kingdom and the Orc Empire if he constructed a Mana Tower, the symbol of guild cities, in Zero Wing City. The 4 Towers of Elements might even be able to teleport players into the Orc Empire if teleporting directly into the Orc Empire were possible. Players seeking to travel to the Empire to level could do so via Zero Wing City. It would save players a lot of time, and they could avoid the Orc patrol squads guarding the Empire's borders. Zero Wing City's value to the public would soar, however. Constructing the Mana Tower also wasn't easy. Unlike the Magic Tower, which was a defensive structure, the Mana Tower was a support building unique to cities. Unfortunately, despite the fact that guild cities could construct Mana Towers without the design, the construction required extremely rare and valuable materials. The mana ore in particular was incredibly difficult to obtain normally. Obtaining mana ore wouldn't be a problem for Shifeng. It was entirely possible to purchase large quantities from the market. However, due to the Orc Empire, collecting 5,000 pieces of mana ore had become challenging. It seems that I'll have to deal with the disintegration armor as soon as possible. Shifeng could not help but glance at the disintegration debuff in his status window. As long as this debuff remained, he'd have a lot of trouble dealing with many issues. Following which, he turned to Yulan and said, "Yulan, from now on, I'd like you to manage Zero Wing City and Stone Forest Town's candlelight trading firm. If you need any help from the guild, you can look for Aqua Rose." "I've already told her." "You want me to take on such an important role?" Yulan was stunned. She had never dreamed that Shifeng considered her so important, allowing her to manage the trading firms in 2 integral locations. Stone Forest Town's trading firm was one of Zero Wing's main sources of income. As for the trading firm in Zero Wing City, there was no doubt that it would rake in even more income than Stone Forest Town MHM. "I trust in your abilities." Shifeng nodded. He had seen Yulan's management skills long ago. Moreover, Yulan was a 3-star merchant. Yulan fell silent as she evaluated the man before her. She simply could not understand what was going through Shifeng's mind. Normally, no guild would allow an outsider, who had recently joined the guild, to take on such an important management role. Yet Shifeng had done so without hesitation. "All right, but I won't be responsible if things go south," Yulan said. Smiling, Shifeng couldn't help but laugh at Yulan's reply. He then notified Aqua Rose and had the 2 women work out the finer details amongst themselves. He then returned to Zero Wing's residence and collected some consumables and magic scrolls from the guild warehouse. He then used Moloch's ring to teleport to the Dark Den's central region. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose began to spread the news of Zero Wing City opening to the public throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Chapter 1563. Zero Wing City's Grand Opening. Chapter 1563, Zero Wing City's Grand Opening. The resulting response to the announcement of Zero Wing's opening paled in comparison to the announcement regarding Ancient Rock City. Due to small information leaks, players had already discovered Zero Wing City's location in Witch's Hill. The resource maps near Witch's Hill were ordinary and held little attraction for the majority of Starmoon Kingdom's players. Zero Wing City has already opened? This is good news. Zero Wing must be trying to earn money to stand against Heaven's Burial. It's a pity that there's nothing valuable about the city's location. At most, the city has more space to accommodate players. It likely won't hold up to Stone Forest Town's performance. I'd rather go to Stone Forest Town instead. I've heard that you even have to pay a 30 copper entrance fee to get into Zero Wing City. That's insane. Not even Ancient Rock City charges an entrance fee. What's so special about Zero Wing City that warrants an entrance fee? That's right. If I were an expert, I wouldn't visit Zero Wing City either. Besides, there's a ton of experts in Stone Forest Town. If I want to improve via duels, Stone Forest Town is undoubtedly the better choice. Although news of Zero Wing City's opening had spread across Star Moon Kingdom, very few players were interested in the city. Instead, the majority of the kingdom's players focused on a way to travel to the Orc Empire, so they could earn contribution points to purchase set equipment, and Mount Zero Wing City would likely only be useful after they reached level 50 or 60. Does Zero Wing really think it can contend with Heaven's Burial just by having a city in Star Moon Kingdom? Galaxy Pass was confused as he read the latest report on Zero Wing. Do they really plan to fight to the bitter end? While a guild city could generate more income than a guild town, the necessary investments were much higher. Zero Wing had only recently completed Zero Wing City, and the city's infrastructure wasn't yet perfected. The city still lacked the benefits of Stone Forest Town, not to mention Ancient Rock City. Ancient Rock City was an orc city. It already had all of the essential facilities. The city only lacked a teleportation array. However, Ancient Rock City's location was absolutely perfect. Countless players in multiple kingdoms and 2 empires had already set their sights on the Orc Empire's inner region. Heaven's Burial could make a fortune just from the repair and accommodation fees, not to mention the daily consumable items it sold. Galaxy Pass wasn't the only one with such thoughts. When Star Moon Kingdom's upper echelons heard the news, they too thought that Zero Wing was trying to buy time. Otherwise, the guild wouldn't push out a half-completed guild city. Big Sis Aqua. Although we've already spread the news, everyone still seems more interested in Ancient Rock City. Thus far, only a few merchant players and adventurer teams have contacted us about garrisoning in Zero Wing City. A level 29 female summoner reported to Aqua Rose helplessly. The female summoner wore a light purple dress with a 1-star merchant's insignia pinned above her left breast. Before the announcement of Ancient Rock City's opening, plenty of merchant players had contacted them about conducting business in Zero Wing City. Various well-known adventurer teams had also expressed their interest in purchasing private houses. Unfortunately, before they had prepared the necessary contracts, Heaven's Burial had opened Ancient Rock City to the public. In the end, these merchant players and adventurer teams had abandoned Zero Wing City, making their way toward the competing Ancient Rock City. It's fine. Catching everyone's attention is enough for now. We just need to wait. Aqua Rose had expected this situation, so she wasn't surprised in the least by the public's reactions. If the merchant players and adventurer teams contact us again, tell them that these are our conditions. The female summoner was momentarily speechless as she read the list of conditions Aqua Rose had given her. They'd be lucky enough if they found any merchant players interested in renting Zero Wing City shops. The new conditions Aqua Rose proposed were simply absurd initially. They had only planned to charge 120 gold per week for the shops in Zero Wing City's outer areas. This was already expensive compared to the rental prices in guild towns. The high-potential shops rental had been set at 200 gold per week, and those in the city's core would have cost 300 gold per week. Very few merchant players could afford such a high price. Normally, only guilds trading firms could afford these shops' rent. Without sufficient sales, merchants might not even earn back the cost of their items after taking into account the weekly rent. Yet Aqua Rose had raised the fees. If the merchant players were to find out about this, they would most likely choke from anger now. Each shop in the outer areas would cost 240 gold per week, while shops with high potential had risen to 400 to 500 gold per week. Shops in the city's core would cost 700 to 1,000 gold to rent per week. These prices were insane. They'd be seeking fools to rent Zero Wing City's shops, rather than merchant players. With 1,000 gold, one could purchase a relatively valuable shop in another guild's town. Yet in Zero Wing City, one could only rent a shop for a week. Only a fool would accept such a deal. Weary sticking with these conditions. Whether they want to rent the shops or not is up to them. Aqua Rose informed the hesitating female summoner. Seriously, I understand. The female summoner had no choice but to nod. Aqua Rose was the boss, not her. As news of Zero Wing City's grand opening spread, some curious players made their way towards the city. Once players had reached their levels, the 30 copper entrance fee wouldn't hamper their development too much. At worst, they'd only pay the city one visit. Evernight City, Teleportation Hall. As always, Evernight City's teleportation hall was crowded with players. Boss, are we really going to Zero Wing City? A level 42 male assassin asked the mighty-looking swordsman before him. Barely anyone is visiting the city right now. Didn't we come to Starmoon Kingdom to improve our techniques? What's the point of visiting an empty city? Are you dumb? Don't you know how popular Stone Forest Town is right now? If we go to Stone Forest Town, we'll have to wait for a long time before we can rent a combat room. Moreover, our aim is to spar with members of our team, not other experts. Zero Wing City's environment might not be as good as Stone Forest Town's, but no one's there right now. We can rent the combat rooms there for special training. Once we've trained, we can visit Stone Forest Town, the level 44 swordsman said. Laughing, their adventurer team would have no trouble covering the 30 copper entrance fee for each of their members. Time was far more precious than the small expenditure. Hearing the swordsman's reasoning, the other team members agreed with their commander. Right now, their goal was to train in a high-mana environment, following which, the adventurer team's members followed the swordsman as they teleported to Zero Wing City. What a bunch of fools. They're actually going to Zero Wing City to train. Do they not know that Zero Wing City was only recently built? How could the mana density there possibly compare to Stone Forest Towns? Even if they have to waste some time while they wait in Stone Forest Town, it's better than going to Zero Wing City. When some of the players in the teleportation hall saw the adventurer team teleport to Zero Wing City, they could not help but laugh. However, in Zero Wing City, even after non-Zero Wing players arrived, the spacious teleportation hall was eerily silent despite the 100-plus players within. Only after some time did sound echo throughout the building. What's going on? Why is the mana density so high? It is quite high. I've been to Stone Forest Town before, so I know how the mana density is there, but Zero Wing City's mana density is at least 30% higher. Wait. Look. It isn't just the mana density that's higher. My stamina and concentration recovery rates have increased significantly, as well. Huh. Guys, look at your experience bars. Mine actually shows the double EXP buff. This is amazing. I had only expected to rest and train here, but I can even accumulate the double EXP buff. The 30 copper coins were definitely well spent. The players that had just arrived in Zero Wing City quickly noticed the city's mana and its benefits, and they were ecstatic. 30 copper coins wasn't even a fraction of the cost of a hotel room in Stone Forest Town. Yet after spending the few coins, they could constantly accumulate the double EXP buff regardless of where they were in Zero Wing City. They could also recover their stamina and concentration far faster, and these effects would last throughout their stay. They didn't even have to rent a room in a hotel. Chapter 1564. Popular Zero Wing City. Chapter 1564. Popular Zero Wing City. Following a brief moment of shock, the players visiting Zero Wing City for the first time left the teleportation hall. When these players left the building, they were shocked by what they saw. None of them had expected anything like this. The guild had only recently constructed Zero Wing City. Logically, it should still be relatively empty, but although there weren't many players on the street, there were plenty of NPCs. Several wandering merchant NPCs had already set up their stalls and were busy hawking their wares. As well, these wandering merchants sold a lot more items than those in Stone Forest Town normally. Wandering merchants had no lack of rare items for sale. Adventurer teams and independent players were often willing to wait an entire day to purchase these rare items. However, these items were usually beyond the reach of ordinary players unless they were incredibly lucky. Yet, not a single player stood before Zero Wing City's wandering merchants. The players, fresh out of the teleportation hall, turned to look at each other and gulped. They then dashed toward the nearest wandering merchant NPC without hesitation. Terrified that other players would snatch up the rare items first. Even if they couldn't use these items themselves, they could resell them and make a profit. The 30 copper coins they had spent to teleport to Zero Wing City was worthwhile. By reselling one of the wandering merchant's rare items, they could make far more than 30 copper and profit. The players that had just arrived in Zero Wing City burnt through all of their money. Even so, plenty of wandering merchants still had rare items in stock. Scorpion, notify the commander immediately. Tell him to bring every coin we have. This is our chance to make a fortune. When faced with the large number of rare items before them, everyone forgot their original goal in visiting Zero Wing City. They contacted their friends or adventurer teams to borrow enough money to take advantage of this valuable opportunity. As more players entered Zero Wing City, more people found out about Zero Wing City's benefits. More and more players were also coming to purchase rare items. Although players had tried suppressing the news regarding Zero Wing City's benefits, some players that couldn't afford to purchase any of these items decided to publish information on Star Moon Kingdom's forums out of spite large numbers of wandering merchants present in Zero Wing City. Zero Wing City's mana density is even higher. Stone Forest towns. Players can accumulate the double EXP buff just by staying in the city. Pictures and videos available. There are so many wandering merchants. How is this possible? You can accumulate the double EXP buff just by staying in the city. As players continued to post videos and pictures of Zero Wing City on the forums, many of the players who had been interested in visiting Ancient Rock City shifted their sights to Zero Wing City. Nothing was more important than gaining levels and equipment to current players. This was especially true for independent players, who didn't get to enjoy guild benefits. It was difficult for independent players to achieve a leveling speed similar to guild players because they didn't have opportunities to accumulate the double EXP buff. Independent players could also enjoy a similar benefit just by paying 30 copper. They would get more than their money's worth. There were also plenty of wandering merchants in Zero Wing City. Zero Wing City, which was receiving very little attention from players, became the target location for many independent players and adventurer teams. The players that hadn't had any intentions of traveling to the Orc Empire quickly made their way to Zero Wing City when they heard the news, hoping to get a good look at the city. As a result, Zero Wing City's player population skyrocketed. Many players in Stone Forest Town rushed over to Zero Wing City. They had only remained in Stone Forest Town because they had assumed that the town's mana density was higher. Now that they knew that Zero Wing City was superior to Stone Forest Town in this aspect, they would train in Zero Wing City instead. Shortly after Zero Wing City's grand opening, the player population rose from hundreds to tens of thousands. Moreover, this number continued to increase as time passed. Big Sis Aqua, good news! Based on Zero Wing City's current statistics, there are already over 300,000 players in the city. The female summoner named Yaya said joyfully, we've already grown past 300,000? Aqua Rose was also ecstatic to hear the news. A player population of 300,000 might not seem like much compared to Stone Forest Town's player population, which exceeded 1 million, but the value of Zero Wing City's player population was significantly superior. Any player that entered Zero Wing City would have to pay a 30 copper entrance fee. Since Zero Wing City's player population had exceeded 300,000, that meant the city had already collected over 900 gold in entrance fees. This was net profit. As more players visited Zero Wing City, the city's income would continue to rise. It was only a matter of time before the city's population exceeded 1 million. If Zero Wing City had a floating population of 1 million, the guild would make 3,000 gold in net profit every day. Even the candlelight trading firm wasn't capable of making that much net profit in a single day. There was also the income from Zero Wing City's hotels and battle arena. The income from these two establishments would likely be on par with the entrance fees. They also had the rental fees from shops. Big Sis Aqua, several merchant players and adventurer teams have contacted us again. They've stated that they wish to rent the city's shops. Are we really going to give them the new conditions? Yaya asked as she looked at Aqua Rose. The conditions Aqua Rose had proposed were simply ruthless. She worried that the merchant players would flee once they informed them of the changes. Of course, once Zero Wing City's player population hits 1 million, we're going to increase this price further. Aqua Rose said with determination. Yaya didn't know that Zero Wing City was still an empty shelf. The many 2-star and 3-star NPC merchants Zero Wing City had contracted hadn't built their shops yet. Once their shops were complete, Not only would they sell items at a more reliable rate than the wandering merchant NPCs, but they would sell even higher valued items. Even more players would be attracted to Zero Wing City then. Even a population of 2 or 3 million might not be impossible, much less 1 million. I understand. When Yaya heard Aqua Rose, she could not help but pity those merchant players. Had they agreed to lease Zero Wing City's shops earlier, they would have been able to take advantage of the sudden development and made a huge profit. Now Aqua Rose would fleece them of every coin they had, following which, Yaya relayed Aqua Rose's conditions to the merchant players trying to conduct business in Zero Wing City. This is fraudulent. Is Zero Wing that desperate for money? Crap. A shop on a plot of land with good potential costs 400 gold a week. I might as well just buy a shop in a guild town. The merchant players that received Yaya's message paled and cursed Zero Wing. If they tried to rent a shop on a plot of land with good potential, they would have to add over 57 gold to their daily expenditures. How many items would they have to sell to earn that back? Only large-scale merchant guilds would possibly dare to rent such an expensive shop. These large-scale merchant guilds were made up of merchant players spread across multiple countries. With their wide range of connections, they would be able to obtain many items that would be of great interest to players. 400 gold for a plot of land with good potential? It seems Zero Wing is confident in its city's development. Susie, whom Shifeng had met in Stone Forest Town's advanced auction house, smiled when she received Yaya's reply. This is a good opportunity. I might not be able to rent a shop on a plot of land with good potential, but I should be able to rent a shop in the city's outer area. Although a large number of merchant players chose to give up on doing business in Zero Wing City, there were still a few of them that decided to bite the bullet and rent a shop in the city's outer area. Although the rental fee of 240 gold per week was still expensive, at least they could save on some of their cost. As Zero Wing City became increasingly popular, Shifeng had arrived at the Dark Den's central area using Moloch's Ring, the World Summit. This was a place created by numerous gods. Chapter 1565, Land of Gods. Chapter 1565, Land of Gods. When Shifeng returned to the World Summit's outer area once again, he felt that the place had changed since his last visit. More precisely, it wasn't the World Summit that had changed, but himself. When he visited the World Summit previously, he had merely been a Tier 1 player. He had been weaker in both perception and physique. He also hadn't had a clear understanding of what kind of place the World Summit was. This time, however, he noticed far more details. He could feel a strange power filling the area. This power gave off a cloud-like feeling. Although it felt vague, it had even suppressed the disintegration power's effects in his body. The disintegrated debuff had weakened his basic attributes by 50%. Now his basic attributes were only 30% less than normal. This strange power's effect was striking. Moreover, the closer he got to the World Summit, the stronger the strange power became. Sure enough, the World Summit is extraordinary. It should be quite possible to obtain God crystals here. Shifeng took a look at the distant mountain that pierced the clouds. He had been in a rush during his first visit. He had wanted to secure the Bible of Darkness and leave as quickly as possible. He hadn't bothered to explore the World Summit and the surrounding areas properly. Now that he had returned, he had to research the area. After all, gods had created this place. If he had obtained so much from the moon god's old residence, the harvest he could obtain from a gathering place for many gods would be extraordinary. His goal was to obtain God crystals. The more God crystals he obtained, the better, since he had so many uses for them. Aside from the disintegration armor, he needed God crystals to repair his equipment, such as the Nightwalker's cape and soul orb. He had to search for any possible locations to obtain God crystals, following which, Shifeng began to explore the World Summit. Time passed quickly. Before he realized it, he had already spent over 10 hours exploring the World Summit's map. Was very large. It was like a large-scale leveling map. There were deserts, forests, and canyons around the World Summit. The map itself was like a miniature world. However, aside from the Golden Avenue, The other locations didn't house a single living creature. Don't tell me that I can only obtain treasures by entering the World Summit itself? Shifeng was speechless. While there were many treasures in the World Summit, there were quite a few problems he would have while inside. The amount of time a player could remain in the World Summit was based on the strength they displayed previously. He had fought desperately to gain barely enough time to secure the Bible of Darkness. Although he had grown a lot stronger since his previous visit, and he should be able to secure more time, he didn't think that he could gather enough God crystals to repair the disintegration armor after entering the World Summit. Although countless shrines dotted the mountain, activating each shrine would cost a corresponding amount of time. It was obvious that obtaining 1 or 2 God crystals wouldn't be sufficient to remove the mysterious power suppressing the disintegration armor. And no matter how he looked at it, he should only be able to find God crystals in the epic ranked and above shrines. In that case, according to his estimates, he'd be quite fortunate if he could activate 2 or 3 epic shrines. Just as Shifeng was about to give up on exploring the area and reach the Golden Avenue, he discovered something unbelievable. What's going on? Shifeng was dumbfounded as he looked at the Golden Avenue players. Other players had actually arrived in this special space. The most unbelievable part was the number of players. There were more than 20 players just within his vision range right now. These players didn't seem to belong to a single, large team. They moved in parties of 3 to 5 people, and they were clearly on high alert despite the fact that attacks weren't permitted on the Golden Avenue. Shifeng also sensed the power of darkness radiating from these players. To be more precise, it was the power of demons. These 20-plus players were all demon players. When the demon players noticed Shifeng, they weren't particularly surprised. They simply glanced at Shifeng before continuing to make their way toward the World Summit. Could there be another method of entering this place aside from Moloch's ring? After watching the group of players walk away, Shifeng quickly noticed several more demon players approach from behind them. It was obvious that there were quite a lot of demon players that had arrived in the World Summit. It was also clear that the demon players didn't arrive at this place using Moloch's ring. Instead, 2 players wearing black cloaks, 1 male and 1 female, approached Shifeng as he pondered. The man looked like a savage with his unkempt hair, while the woman was a beauty with an extraordinary body. A broken sword also hung from the woman's waist. Shifeng had met both these players before. One of them was Brute Spear, whom he had met on Demon Island, and the other one was Hidden Soul, the holder of pride in the Flower of 7 Sins. He never thought that he would meet these 2 in the World Summit. Fellow friend, are you alone? How about partying up with us? Brute Spear asked Shifeng, who fully hid his appearance behind a black cloak. Smiling, he continued, I believe you should know that you'll need to have a lot of time if you want to take advantage of the World Summit. The amount of time allotted if you clear the entrance test by yourself is too limited. You won't be able to explore much with so little time. If you challenge the test as parties of 3 or 5, you'll be able to obtain much more time. How much time each person will get in the end will depend on your own abilities. Among the members of the Sin of Pride, only Hidden Soul and himself had arrived at the World Summit. Most of the other players that had arrived at the World Summit had formed their own parties. Even players that had arrived alone would opt to join 5-man parties rather than a 3-man party. Like theirs, the difficulty of the entrance test at the World Summit greatly differed, depending on if you were challenging the test as an individual or as a party. In the case of parties, the difficulty was no different if you were in a party of 3 or 5. The total amount of time allotted to a party would also remain the same. Each player in a party of 5 would get less than a party of 3. However, a party of 5 would undoubtedly have greater survivability and overall strength, which would allow the party to challenge a test of greater difficulty and gain more total time. Now that they had encountered Shifeng, who looked to be alone, he naturally had to ask and see if he were interested. Otherwise, the 2 of them wouldn't be able to take the party test and would have to resort to the individual test. Challenging the test as a party gives more time? When Shifeng heard Brute Spear's words, he more or less understood the gist of the situation. He then nodded and said, "All right, I'll join your party." Based on Brute Spear's words, he could tell that the man was relatively familiar with the World Summit previously. Shifeng had come as an individual, so he didn't notice that there was a party mode for the test. Judging by how experts like Brute Spear and Hidden Soul were willing to accept a stranger like himself into their party, before even confirming his strength, he could tell that the party test was much more rewarding than the individual test. Otherwise, Brute Spear wouldn't bother inviting him at all. Experts on Brute Spear and Hidden Soul's caliber were relatively prideful. If they were capable of achieving their goal on their own, they wouldn't ask for help, especially not from a stranger. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Brother, it seems you're quite a sensible person as well. If something can be done in a party of 3, there's naturally no need to do it in a party of 5. Let's hurry up and head for the test then. Brute Spear laughed when Shifeng agreed to his invite. Hidden Soul merely glanced at Shifeng before continuing on her way toward the World Summit silently. It was clear that she held no interest in knowing a hanger-on like Shifeng. Brother, don't mind it. Our commander is always like this. Brute Spear explained awkwardly. That's understandable. Shifeng didn't say much about Hidden Soul's response. After all, his thoughts were exactly the same as Hidden Soul's. They were merely using each other for their own benefits, and were far from being friends. There was naturally no need to act chummy with each other. Shifeng, Hidden Soul, and Brute Spear walked along the Golden Avenue and made their way towards the World Summit. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.